There he is.
My apologies.
You're good. All right. What about one?
Hello.
Yo, can you hear me? Yo, I'm here. Yo, hello. I can hear
Hello?
myself. It's your device. It's
You're
your
talking to me?
yes.
Oh, what? What's wrong?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying hello, and like I wasn't answering you.
Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah.
All right. How about one where the person has to choose just based on someone's emails?
Oh, wait, I have one.
Hit me with it.
And I think the social media post is better than the email one.
I agree.
This one's called Red Rover, and it's about polygamous relationships. Um, and so you get a group of polygamous people, always together, and they have to eliminate like one person from the relationship.
I mean, how many polygamous? I know it's like legal in Ontario, but it's illegal in the United States.
Are you serious?
Polygamy? Yeah, it's been. That's why the Mormons had to move to Mexico. Many of them, like 100 years ago.
Why are Mormons polygamous? I don't know if they are.
Some are. Those that are generally live in Mexico. That's why Mitt Romney's like father was born in Mexico.
What percentage of the? I have to call you back. I apologize. My mom's calling.
You're good.
Marxist idea. That's what Ben told me, because they said that if you say that the Egyptians didn't build them, you're saying that they weren't smart enough or intelligent enough to actually build these things.
Well, that is a...
which is the implication, but they're throwing bullshit into it, just trying to label him and slander him and basically discredit the idea by injecting drama. Right?
Yeah,
and for people that don't read into it, people that just read the headlines, the lazy people that will see that and just like Graham Hancock, oh yeah, racist ideas.
Yeah, the people who attack Hancock like that, and me, by the way, because there are a few out there that are attacking me. They're just building their own funeral pyre because they're going to get burned to the ground eventually. It won't be by me, it won't be by Graham. Right. But the Egyptians are coming along. They're very, very fine, intelligent engineers. And speaking of supporters in Egypt, I'll show you an image here. Galal Hassan, Dr. Galal Hassan. That's me presenting my book to him. He is a professor emeritus at mechanical engineering at Cairo University.
Oh, wow.
Right. And so in his last paper, which was number 109, I believe, he dedicated it to me.
Mr. Dunn is a science lover of the ancient Egyptian civilizations who is keen to visit Egypt and spend some time between its monuments and heritage. I have the honor to dedicate this research work to him and hope my efforts will complete his work. Clarify the sophistication of the mechanical engineering technologies used by the ancient Egyptians.
And he actually got his PhD in Bradford University in England.
All right, so going back to this Grand Gallery, you said that Zahi Hawass let you into the pyramid after it had been cleaned, granted you some special access, and you noticed at the ceiling of the Grand Gallery, which is how many feet tall?
28.
That there were scorch marks.
Yeah, so that's the photograph that I took. Right here, you see both scorch.
Okay, what is this diagram here down on the left?
Okay, so
balls going out.
This is what I wrote in the Giza power plant. Was that there are 27 pairs of slots on the ramps, the side ramps of the Grand Gallery. Okay, so if you look at this area right here, you see the ramp, right?
So that's looking into the Grand Gallery?
That's looking along the length of it, right? Okay. And so I speculated that the Grand Gallery had held these resonators, and I had designed these resonators. I speculated maybe they were Helmholtz resonators, but a resonator that will convert vibration into sound, airborne sound. Now that may not be a Helmholtz, probably won't, but it was some device that was caused to move, and as it moved, it produced a sound. That sound was at a particular frequency, and the design of the gallery was such that that sound was naturally focused to that passageway that leads to the King's Chamber. I have the frame, right? And here you see that they line up with the scorch mark. So in the Giza power plant, I suppose that there was a hydrogen explosion in the King's Chamber. And the evidence that exists that prompted me to speculate that was the Petrie, when he was doing his measurements, noted that the King's Chamber was expanded. It had expanded from its original dimension, about half it. And
How did that explosion happen, do you think?
hydrogen. Well, I would speculate that there was a time in history when you had this remarkable civilization that were in possession of advanced science, advanced engineering, advanced mechanical and machining, all of those facilities that we use daily to keep our civilization going existed at some level. Maybe not as sophisticated as ours, maybe more sophisticated as ours. But then there was a cataclysm of some kind. We're talking about different periods of time in history, whether it's 9,000 years ago, 10,000, 12,000,
Yeah, based on ice cores that have been taken out of Antarctica, they determined that the world was heated up in like an instant to like incredible heat, and then flash frozen instantly after that. And there's been evidence, and people like Randall have done research on this, that they've found evidence of meteors or comets hitting the Earth over a period of 1,000 years. That's called the Younger Dryas.
So that is and then, I think Robert Schoch's view is the coronal mass ejection. So all of those things may have been what, at some point in time. The comet strike is probably, I think, to be the most convincing in terms of the effect that it had on the pyramids. Because the pyramids were built were finely tuned to resonate to the frequencies of the Earth. And so they were drawing energy out of the Earth at a known quantity. So that relationship was like, okay, we're building it to withstand a certain amount of power to come through it. And then a comet struck. Okay? And so as long as we were a contained system, working with known energy levels, everything functioned okay. But when you introduce energy from an outside source of such a massive amount, then the coupled oscillator, which becomes what is known as a runaway vibrator. In other words, it cannot pass through the amount of energy that it is received. It just can't handle it, which causes a hydrogen explosion. Which causes, first of all, the probably shut apart. You have a closed system. The blocks were stripped off the outside, whatever mechanisms that were attached to the shafts on the outside, the King's Chamber shaft, were removed. It was exposed. Air, oxygen entered into the King's Chamber, mixed with the hydrogen, and then the spark just set it off. Maybe coming from the outside, right? and down into the pyramid.
Right. So everything inside, all the intricate parts inside these chambers and these shafts, like the shaft here, would have been fried, causing scorch marks on the ceiling. Now, when you came up with this diagram of these frames with these round things in the middle, what are those round things supposed to be?
Well, resonators. I identify them as resonators. Of different frequencies. So they resonate at different frequencies.
And did you come up with this diagram before you saw the scorch marks? Like, did you theorize that that's what it would look like inside the Grand Gallery before you saw those scorch marks?
Well, it was in my book in 1998, and I didn't know about the scorch marks then. And the scorch marks weren't visible until 2001, after they had cleaned it. Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's more to it. I don't know if we're going to have time to get
Let's
it.
go deeper. Let's go deeper, Mr. Dunn.
I'm going to have to talk to my union rep.
What's up, guys? That's the end of part 1 of this 6-hour marathon with Chris Dunn. Part 2 is going to be dropping next Monday. We're going to be going deep into how Chris actually reverse engineered the Great Pyramid to show how it produced energy, his theory on the function of the boxes inside the Serapeum, as well as the work that aerospace scientists at Rolls-Royce are doing to reverse engineer the precision artifacts found in ancient Egypt. You're not going to want to miss it. Do me a favor and hammer the subscribe button as well as the bell so that you get notified the second it drops. I'll see you next week. Which was filmed at the Indianapolis Museum of Art in Newfields and was made with the help of all of these dedicated public servants. If you want to help keep Crash Course free for everyone forever, join our community on Patreon. For people that don't know who you are, why don't you like give yourself a brief, give us like a background of like how you got into this, and like where you came from and all that.
Yeah, so my name is Luke Caverns. I'm an anthropologist that studies sort of the origins of civilization, but I'm kind of like a rogue anthropologist. I'm not going to go work for a university. I'm not going to work for a big college or anything like that. But yeah, the way that started was I grew up hearing about stories that my family had been involved in. So on my dad's side of the family, in the 1890s, there's this great legend of this. It's called the Bill Kelly mine, or it's like the lost gold of Bill Kelly. And so my family, they had this big farm out in Dryden, Texas. This is West Texas. And so there's this place out there called Reagan Canyon. That's my family's last name. And so Reagan Canyon is where Spanish troops would pass through the Rio Grande River and come up into West Texas on their way to sites like New Mexico. And sometimes they would pass through there and eventually head back over east towards San Antonio because there's a lot of cattle being driven through there. And that's what they were involved in, was cattle. But they end up finding this young boy, he's like a half African American, half Mexican boy who comes through riding a mule, and he doesn't have a family, he has no place to go, so he becomes like an indentured worker for my family back then. You know, this is late 1800s, so they don't have the same moral that we have today necessarily. And so, but they take him in, they treat him like family and everything. And while he was out herding cattle, and I think they had goats as well, he finds this lost gold mine. So I won't sit on this for too long, but they spent from the 1890s through probably the Great Depression, kind of shut it down because life got so hard and people couldn't live out in Dryden, Texas anymore during the Great Depression. There's this 40-year quest of my family and other people who were involved looking for these lost gold mines. And it kind of gets twisted up because when the Spanish were bringing gold through that Reagan Canyon, there would be bandits in there that would stop these Spanish patrols, take all the loot, bring it up into the mountains and hide it up there. So there have been people, I've seen photos, I don't have photos of it with me today, but there are photos of people who go out and they see these, they look like rocks, but when you go up onto it, it ends up being like these wooden cases that have fallen in, and they open the case and there's all kinds of like Spanish treasure, items, identification of, I don't know, Spanish military leaders that were on these caravans. And so these bandits would drag it up into the mountains and hope to come back later. For whatever reason, they never would. So my family from the 1890s was big into cattle in West Texas, and in their spare time searching for lost Spanish gold because it was just happening in that area. So they get involved in oil. They made some money. They made quite a lot of money in oil in the early 1900s. My dad's father is then born. He steps into the oil business, and he uses the oil business as a means to fund, because he becomes captivated with searching for lost treasures in like the Southwest American areas. And he becomes captivated looking for lost treasures, lost cities, lost Spanish gold. And so he uses his gold mining operation and oil operation as a means to do that. So he goes out into New Mexico in the 1950s, and he finds the 7 lost Spanish gold mines, which was this legend that had been around for 60 years before that. So from the 1890s as well, there were 7 lost Spanish gold mines out in the deserts of New Mexico that people have been looking for. He found them, and he found old Spanish sites there, and then he even concluded that there may have been Mogollon, which is the ancient indigenous culture that would have lived there from maybe 1000 BC up until 1000 AD, so about 2000 years the Mogollon people would have lived there. Well, it's thought, even though there hasn't been any archaeologists or geologists out there to conclude this is just what him as an amateur archaeologist, he probably would have been more closely to like an antiquarian, just somebody who had a lot of money, who was into ancient history.
You're a muralist, and I'm literally watching a documentary on murals right now. What are your thoughts?
What's the documentary?
Basically, it's called Graffiti Street Art and Murals. What we learn from public art.
I pulled out that 10-minute, 15-second movie.
Yeah, I mean it's part of a crash course, so it's like part of a 23 volume set on art history. All right.
I haven't watched it yet, but what are your
I actually, believe it or not, like in all of my interests, art history is like one of my passions, and I love art, and but I really love art history just as a topic. I loved it in school, and even though I'm not necessarily good with traditional art, dog, you have to see. I am an artist, dude. I make these things. They're so funny. They're funny to me. Go to on Instagram, Progeny. They're so sick. I have so much Instagram content. It's pretty ridiculous.
This is good. Oh, yeah, we're good now.
And while those things that I make are art, they're definitely art. I mean, everything I do is art. It's not like traditionally viewed as art, but I mean, it's music, and it's like I make mini music videos basically. Whenever
When
you're,
did you start this account?
I mean, I have so many different accounts, Riser. I don't know. I made that one like a year ago or so, but um, I have like
How
two
come you have 0 followers?
because I don't have anybody. I don't tell anybody about it. It's just this thing that I do for.
Have you hashtags at all?
No, I don't want to. I don't want anybody to know about me. I mean, I've only shared it with one other person, and
It's your artwork.
it is, and it's cool as fuck, and they're really funny, and I mean, I think they're funny, but I think they're creative as well. I do a lot of air guitar, and I make mini music videos, and I find them to be. I mean, it's what I do. I have this process, like it's like my day is like like watching podcasts and stuff, but I have to do captchas, dude. I have to tell you what Kick told me. So Kick, the streaming platform.
I'm familiar.
Okay, so you know how I
They
spam.
love you, right?
I spammed it for 8 months straight. So the other day, a friend of mine who's like a major creator on Kick comes in here. He's straight savage, and he says, "Rabbi, it's been like 6 months since you've spammed anybody on Kick. Why don't you come back? Like, we'd love to have you back." And I was like, "All right, well, maybe I should." So I go, I create another account, and I join, and I start streaming on there. And I streamed for like 12 hours or something like that. And then I noticed that my account was banned. And so I'm like, fuck, why did it get banned? And it says what it always says, ban evasion. So I am frustrated with the thing that they call it ban evasion, because I originally didn't it's kind of difficult to understand. Or maybe it's just difficult for me to say, but like basically I created 10 accounts way back like in spring of 2024. I created 10 accounts, and these were each on a different device, and I was live streaming from like different angles. And they were fine. They didn't get banned or anything. But then um, Kick comes in, and then I started to spam people with like account numbers 11 through 100. And then they went and they banned my accounts 1 through 10. And I didn't think that was right, and they called it ban evasion. But I didn't think it was right because it's not like I created those accounts after getting banned. They were before I got banned. So anyway, that caused me to start spamming them. It's not direct. I mean, I just wanted more attention. So I started spamming them. So I spammed them for 8 months straight. And to the point where Eddie Craven, the owner of it, he and I are friends on Discord. And many of their most popular streamers, including Aiden Ross and Amaranth, they all know who I am. They've been in my stream. They've talked about me. And I then, starting January 1st, said I'm not going to spam them anymore. Because, because I just wasn't getting anything out of it. Because what I didn't know at the time, but what I know now, is Kick itself is heavily botted, like incredibly high bot rates. So when Aiden Ross, for instance, it says 59,000 people in every stream that he has. And then if you look how many real people it is, he has 59 real people. Not 59,000, 59 real people. So their biggest streamer.
Does he have like millions of followers that are Instagram?
Yeah, but if you go right now on botted.wtf. BOTTED.
I you've told me about it before. I understand that. Isn't 59 people out of like followers?
Well, I mean, I can tell you I have 48,000 followers on Twitch, and nobody's watching me there. And I have 10,000 followers on Instagram, and nobody's following me there. You just buy these stuff. No, they're just bought. And his are bought as well. And I'm not saying all of his people. What they do is, and this is any influencer, they buy.
Yeah, you told me about it like 100 times.
Okay, so they'll buy 1 million.
I thought Agent Lab was like actually a celebrity.
No. I mean, he gets 59 people watching him on Kick, which is more than most Kick people have watching them, but it's still not, it's just not a popular platform. And I'm not saying that it's not a good platform. It is, but it's got a lot of competition. Everybody who is anybody as a streamer is on YouTube. If for one reason or another they get kicked off YouTube, then they're on Twitter or on Twitch. If they get kicked off of that, then they're on Rumble or Kick, but they don't even have to be on Kick. And Rumble is a superior platform than Kick because Rumble stores your videos. And Rumble already has advertising set up. Now, Kick is better for creators, but best wishes if you want to get a following.
Kick doesn't store your videos.
Only 30 days. Only 30 days, and that's not good. Um,
That's horrible.
I agree.
That's so dumb.
Well, like Twitch is the same way. They do it 30 days, or if you have a premium account, 90 days. But again, like I'm somebody who thinks that archiving this is important, and so that's why I chose Kick. If I'm going to spam anybody, why not spam Kick? Because those people only are going to save my stuff for 30 days maximum anyway. And I went to appeal my ban, and they're like, you need to, if you're going to appeal the ban, you need to log in with your original account. It's like, dog, I don't fucking remember what my original account was. So I finally found one that was pretty close to being one of the first ones. And I appeal it. I'm like, hey, I haven't spammed anybody in 6 months. I would like to stream on here again. They're like, we're sorry. Thank you for the information. We're sorry, but you've been indefinitely banned. I said, okay, well, what does indefinitely mean? They're like, it's indefinitely. I'm like, I know what the word means, but how long is that? They're like, it's indefinitely. This is a back and forth in emails between.
Like the time increments of the thoughts, like the some thought and above one group.
Exactly.
Or is it like ban forever?
Well, so then I asked them, does this mean a lifetime ban? And they're like,
in infinity and beyond?
they,
And infinity?
so I say to them, does indefinite mean lifetime ban? If it does, just tell me. They're like, indefinite means indefinite. I say to them, I come back to them, does indefinite mean lifetime? They're like, it means indefinite. I come back to them, does indefinite mean lifetime? They said, for all intents and purposes, indefinite means lifetime. You will never be let back on the platform. I say to them in another email, do you mean to tell me it's the year 2025 right now? If I survive until the year 2075 and Kick survives until the year 2075, you will not let me stream? They said, that's correct. I was like, wow. So then I sent him a mean email that was like, you have obviously made your choice, made your decision, and that means there cannot be peace between us. Peace is not an option. So now I'm just going to spam you guys because I have no incentive not to. Basically, you're never going to let me back on, so why not be a bully to your platform? So I said that. They didn't respond. And then I said to them, look, if anything, would you please just tell, like, the head developer there, his name is Santa Maria, and he used to work at Amazon, and now he works there, and he's a very smart individual, and he got a candle from somebody randomly in the mail in fall of 2024, so like 9 months ago or so, and he said it was for me, but I didn't send it to him. I would not send anybody a candle of a middle finger. I did not do that. That's not something that I would do. I think that's creepy to look up somebody's home address and send it to them. So I don't know who sent it to him, but somebody sent it to him on my behalf. So I said, look, if anything, would you just please communicate to him that I did not send that middle finger? And they're like, yeah, we'll pass along the message. So I was like, okay, well, they're nice. They were really nice. I mean, and I know if I get big enough, they'll put me on their front page permanently. And I know if I just give it enough time, I'll become friends with them. They'll get new employees. I will basically outlast them. So anyway, I thought that was funny from Kick. You don't know what Grey Goo is, do you?
Isn't it like I feel like I saw it on my mortality?
I talk about it a lot. So what it is a global catastrophic scenario involving molecular nanotechnology in which out-of-control self-replicating machines consume all biomass and perhaps everything else on Earth while building many more of themselves. A scenario that has been called ecophagy, literally consumption of the environment. The original idea assumed machines were designed to have this capability, while popularizations have assumed that machines might somehow gain this capability by accident. So I was thinking like not a gray goo that takes over the world, but just imagine like nano robots that could be like a goo that could be a plumber. That's what you would need to be like as flexible as a human. It doesn't have to be. You could have a robot that does it, but ideally, if you could have something like a gray goo, it could get into all kinds of like little areas that a human couldn't get into.
And it still acts like the one.
Exactly.
That'd be ideal. But probably a little ways away from there. But
I mean, they'll probably have it within 20
I
years.
have to say that. I have to say that, like, just fun, like, finding out who you are, and like, you're just. Would you? I would imagine you consider yourself, give yourself the title of like futurist.
Oh yeah, dude. I that's what I spam on Blue Sky. I say, please come to my Discord to discuss these futurology topics. I am a futurist, absolutely.
What is your like definition of futurist?
Someone who is interested in the future. It's very simple, but when you get down to it, like there's all kinds of stuff that I spam people on Blue Sky, and even though I'm annoying to them, what I say to them is really interesting to them. Like the one that's been getting a lot of traction the past few days are Santa Claus machines. Have we ever talked about Santa Claus machines?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, like a replicator. Also, Smell-O-Vision has been getting some traction. Basically, digital, uh, digital. Um, what is it? Hold on. Um, it's digital. There's a word. Um, digital. Digit. I even like put it in parentheses. Digital enhancement. Um, let's see here. Um, digital digital odor projection, basically, um, and an electronic nose that's been getting some traction. Of course, like things that I talk about, like a Bering Strait tunnel and a transatlantic tunnel, those are all of interest to people. Um, I mean,
I was just gonna, I was gonna say like it's just shifted my approach to future steps before whenever AI robots, but rabbit hole of like all these crazy future technologies and it's really changed my way of thinking because I'll be like, oh, well, we may not have the solution for this problem yet, but give it enough time and there's going to be some magical technology that comes along and solves that problem.
that's right. I appreciate
Uh,
that. I wasn't
very,
I wasn't like this always. I had this dream before I started doing the stream that it just all came to me, and um, I mean, I remember in the dream that like there were things that we didn't have then that I learned about in the stream that were like it's ChatGPT right now, but I didn't know what that. I mean, of course, I didn't know what that was like 5 years ago, and it was like there's going to be an invention that comes about that's going to change things and it's going to give you all these answers to basically every question you ever had, and and um, and I wasn't always that into the future. I was, but I'm not. I wasn't like super into science fiction. You ask any of my friends, I had like normal. Well, within the dream, it was. There was this question that I always had with my parents and my grandparents, and it was like something that my mom posed that if you knew when you were going to die, back then it was like a telephone. If somebody would call you and you could know when you were going to die, would you want to know? And I really thought about that a lot. Like, if I knew on what day I was going to die, would I want to know, or would I just want it to come as a surprise? And I guess I wanted to know because it would allow me to plan. And there were other people I knew who were like not as wanting to know when they were going to die. And so I remember in the stream that it was like, if you remember how you used to have that conversation with your family, and I was like, yeah. And it was like, and you always wanted to know what day you would die, and I was like, yeah. And then in the dream it was like, well, what if we told you that you weren't going to die? And I was like, whoa, what do you mean? And it was like, there's this thing known as mind uploading that's going to be around in the future, and basically it's going to change how you view everything in the world. When before you would just be like, oh yeah, I want peace in the world, you're going to actively work for peace because it's going to affect you and your family and your lineage. When you talk about things like space tourism, you're going to really want to perfect it because you're going to be able to experience it. Or uh, um, um, terraforming other planets. When before it would just be like, well, I hope it's okay for my kids and grandkids and stuff. It would be, it's gonna have an effect on you. And it was like, I mean, I think about the stream. It just changed my life, and um,
I mean, I had a dream last night. I mean, I've been, like, it doesn't happen every night, but have gotten, like, some interesting information that happens in my dreams that I would never be able to come up with, like, just in my regular frame of mind, like conventions, whatnot. Um, a few days ago, I had an idea for a device. This came to me in my dreams. My ears are very sensitive, and like if I go fly or adjust altitude, like with severe pain, tinnitus, like lots of discomfort, yada yada yada. And there is this thing that you can do that is called talk cups, where you just get boiling water, put it in like a styrofoam cup with a cloth, and then you hold it up to your ear, and the steam created by the cloth from the hot water, or created by the water being held in the cloth, it unclogs your ears as you're descending in flight. And I've tried it, and it didn't really work. Like, like my dream, and like, look, you can make a device that is like headphones, but it has temperature control and Beats headphones, like over the top headphones, but they just be like little tea kettles that make steam for your ears, and then you can wear those on flights. That was a few days ago, but then I was researching, and there is this.
I was just gonna say
product
they already
that's
have that.
also called earplanes, and it's somehow earplugs that reduce the amount of altitude change that happens to your brain. I haven't tried it yet, but the one review I watched on it said that it actually did work. I'm curious to try it for myself. But.
Okay, so airplanes have been around for like 35 years, but what you're talking about, um, the thing that makes your thing different is the steam part of it. But they make an earwax removing headphone that basically, I mean, I've seen it work. Like, it just sucks the earwax in like a clear headphone, and then you just clean that out.
I don't think that's what's causing the clogging, non-earwax problem. Because when you're at regular altitude, you're not like, oh, I need to empty out my ears because my ears are full. It's just like the pressure differences
I gotcha. And that's yeah, the airplanes will do that. Well, maybe people get inventions in their dreams. I never did before, and then I had this one dream that had like 1,000 different inventions, and it was very much like um, I think about that dream every day, like things that I do in my life. Like it was, as I've said previously, it was like my rabbinical colleagues talked to me, like they'd already seen my live streams, and they talked to me and told me what I was going to do. That's the best way to describe it. It would be like um, it would be like someone who could watch my life from the future came back and told me what to do and what not to do, and like what decisions to make. And basically, um, I mean, it could just be all
Yeah,
just
I sent you that guy, that dude in the like whatever the 1900s or something that was like
Buckminster
made
Fuller.
this goal to document his life.
Hey, Buckminster Fuller. Yeah, exactly. I think about that quite often. That was in the dream too. That like there were that I really like buckyballs, that like shape, and I had heard that he had done that, and um, yeah, I mean that's essentially what I'm doing. It's just he didn't have the ability to do it with a video recorder. It was too difficult to do. There's another lady who I admire. She was an early employee at Apple, and she used her money from Apple to record all the news for like 30 years, and because that would have been really expensive to do. And basically most of our news archive is that's publicly available is because of this one woman, and her family did it as well. I mean, like that thing that I talk about, like a sperm banker that you mentioned, that's what happens in the future. That people see, that women see this, and they recognize. I mean, this is not like something that I came up with. This isn't a dream, but it was like this: more than money, more than power, more than all people want to be famous. But fame allows you to, well, at the end of the day, people want comfort. That was a big part of it as well. But if you have all the money that you need and all the comfort that you need and all the other things, and everything's being equal, women want fame more than anything because they like to be able to one up their friends. And you're going to be the most famous person on earth, and that makes you the like most eligible as somebody whose progeny are is like going to take over the world. And um, I mean, it was like, I mean, whether or not this is true, I'm not sure, but like my progeny take over the earth, and Elon Musk's take over Mars, and I'm okay with that, and I don't fight him on it. But I do become the first person to climb Olympus Mons.
Do you guys do celebrity boxing match?
We do that in the future. No, no, no. Listen, this is real. This is real. We do that in the future. It becomes mixed martial arts becomes really big, and amongst like tech bros. And I have an undefeated record, except I lose against one person, and that's Logan Paul. But it turns out that that gets reversed because Logan Paul is going to be on like steroids or something, so that I end up having a perfect record. But that's how it goes down. Yeah, believe it or not, that's actually in it. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. I think it's Logan Paul or Jake Paul. I don't know because I didn't know who they were in the dream, and only now since like I've learned who they are with Mike Tyson and everything. But yeah, Zuckerberg's the one I really want to take on.
I also had a dream. I had one very interesting dream that was unlike any other dream I've ever had in my entire life.
What's that?
I may have told you about it. I don't think so, but this dream, it's the only time it's ever happened, I think, where I ever even heard a song, Get Along, a song that was the greatest song that I've or there's a couple, there's like 3 songs, or maybe 2, but the first one, I remember it being like the most amazing, incredible, like uplifting, magical, ethereal like, song I've ever heard. And it was the combination of the sounds that made it so interesting, and I am lucky that I actually remember it because I don't remember exactly how it went, but I remember the instruments that I used, which gives me like a blueprint and like a framework to actually try and recreate it, which is good. But it was a combination of this like liminal. It's like this instrument, or it's like the sound that's used in like liminal music a lot, but it's like this kind of like airy, like the synthesizer. And I'm sure how to describe it. If I found it, I could. It's like this airy synthesizer. It's very common in liminal music, but it's overlaid on top of this like amazingly tuned guitar. And I don't think that those worlds have really ever collided before because oftentimes like liminal music is very just like sleepwalky, like dreamy type of sad, depressingness. And this song was like very uplifting and positive, and but it still used the liminal airy synth along with the guitar, and it sounded perfect, like amazing, like the greatest sounding thing ever. So I was literally like, wow, if I could have like taken that song into like the real world and like released it, I'd be like instantly like hundreds of millions of views on that song. It was the greatest thing I've ever heard in my life, and I'm gonna try and reconstruct it, hopefully, or use those two in like a combination of great music.
Do you remember the
So
song?
again, like this, I don't remember exactly how it went. I just remember kind of like the feeling it gave me, and then also this unique combination of like those instruments that those worlds have. Like, I mean, maybe they have been put together, but I've never heard it. Something I could have never come up with just in my regular day-to-day.
Well, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Dog, do you remember?
Have you heard sounds? Have you heard sounds in a dream? Because I
Um,
rarely ever hear sounds in a dream. It's only like visual.
yeah, it's
But
generally
maybe
visual.
there's like dialogue, but it's not like there's music.
Yeah, I don't recall hearing music. I mean, like, I communicate with people. I think, like, I don't know if I hear their voices. It's almost like telepathic how we communicate because I don't really recall their mouths moving. But I know we're talking in the dreams. Do I remember? Do I have like a song? No. I know my thing. Parody songs become really big. Also, there's this thing that like I have that I re-record a bunch of songs that um, so that they are grammatically correct. I just have a thing that I don't like when music is not grammatically correct, and so I just like change all the songs to be grammatically correct. Um, but no, I've never heard a song. So you can't even describe what the song is.
I mean, did I not describe it a little bit? I don't remember the melody or the precise notes of the song. But I have the blueprint of okay, these two instruments go together and it'll sound like the combination of those two, this general direction.
No, it would be like you would hum the song if you remember the song. That's what I mean.
No, I can't do that, unfortunately.
Okay, well,
I wish.
do you know how I've become like obsessed with this the fighter and the kid subreddit?
Yeah.
Okay, so they kept hinting that something big was going down, and this just dropped. uh, 13 minutes ago that Brendan Schaub, the UFC guy, he is being sued for theft and conversion, civil theft, unjust enrichment, wire fraud, IRS fraud, filing false tax returns, and civil conspiracy to commit tax fraud. So this is going to shake up the whole Rogan verse big time. You saw that Liver King was like coming to kill Joe Rogan or whatever bullshit that was. Um, but this is good. This is going to be really big. So you'll probably hear about it. I don't know if you hear about it like in the mainstream, but at least if you follow that whole Joe Rogan verse, you'll find out about it. Dude, I got so into just over the course of the last like 3 days or so into all of Joe Rogan's, all the people in that Joe Rogan verse, and I think that a lot of people are regretting moving from LA to Austin, and I can see why. I remember when Joe Rogan said he was going to do it. I didn't want him to do it because I wanted him, I wanted because once like the Comedy Store reopened and things, if he was going to be there, I wanted to go check him out. Like I've been there, but I haven't been there to see like Joe Rogan, and then he moved and he opened up the Comedy Mothership, and now it's become really big with like Kill Tony and everything. But what has ended up happening is a bunch of people moved to Austin, like um, uh, what's his name? Um, what is his name? Well, um, Shane Gillis moved there, and like Tony Hinchcliffe moved there. Red Band moved there. Tom Segura moved there. Rick Kreischer, I think, got a house there. Um, who else moved there though? Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon moved there.
William Montgomery.
Well, yeah, William Montgomery, of course. Tim Dillon moved there, and then moved back, and he's like, "It's such a shithole. I can't stand it. Nobody likes it there. It's basically one club and then just a bunch of bars. There's nothing else to do there." And like a bunch of people are having second thoughts on moving there. Um, and so I read that Joe Rogan might be opening up a second Comedy Mothership in Brooklyn, which I think would be cool. And then I think he's going to do a third one in LA, which would be tight to see. And like I don't know, I think that'd be cool. Anyway, this thing just dropped, and all these people were hinting at it. This fighter and the kid was going to break up. It was like it's just such a it's so bad. It's entertaining. I don't know how else to describe it, but you watch, you'll find out more about it probably over the course of the next few days. Do you ever watch the? You probably don't, but if you've ever watched the YouTube channel Podcast Cringe, have you ever heard of it? If you haven't, that's fine. It's just basically this guy who has a really good channel, and all he does is make fun of Joe Rogan's the Rogan verse or whatever, and it's just really interesting. He has really great content. Do you know who CoffeeZilla is?
Yeah, he's like the world shittiest.
I don't know about that. I watched him earlier today, and he had a thing on what happened between the fighter and the kid, and it's just interesting how this whole podcast world works, and how it's basically like a lot of it is just built on like a house of cards. Like basically, all these products that they shill are like not all verified. They're not like FDA approved. They're like startup businesses, and a lot of them fail. And like there's this thing it's called Cast Media, and what they did like Theo Von's podcast, The Fighter and the Kid, and some other podcasts. And what they would do is, and like what a lot of these companies do, they're like the middle people. So they basically sign new talent, and then they get sponsorships, and then like give that sponsorship to the talent. But that way, Theo Von and Tim Dillon and Shane Gillis, they don't have to go out and get sponsors. They just sign with this company. But how this one company stole like $4 million from the fighter and the kid and Theo Vaughn and some other people. And I just kind of see this whole
I
Joe.
have an idea.
What's that?
You know that guy that I sent? You didn't even think he was funny, but I thought he was like hilarious. Yeah, he was like wandering around.
Yeah, the guy at the Dairy Queen.
You thought he was funny?
He was okay. The guy at the Dairy Queen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have a plan to become his like marketing agent or his agent basically, and I'm gonna find him like all these advertising roles that I think that like he'd be great on television and it'd be pretty high IQ of a company to have him on there. Like even though he's just like overhyping this like product, whatever it is. I think it'd be so fun. I'm gonna try and contact all these like huge corporations and land like this giant fucking advertising deal. They know they'll do extremely well.
What do you think you can offer him that he doesn't already have? I'm not saying that you can. That's the first question that he's going to have for you.
I mean, I'm finding him like work to get on television and work with these like massive corporations. So tons of money and fame.
Okay.
For example, like Tim Hortons or whatever, be a great one. So he was always hyping up Tim Hortons. They're having a new offer, and then oh, this is like the most amazing thing you've never seen anything like this in the history of the human world. It's a very deal.
Okay. So you want to be his manager?
Agent, manager, yeah, basically just find him these roles. Like this Hollywood actor. I mean, potentially it could be in movie roles too. Yeah. I think advertising could be phase one of the plan.
Does he do things other than just like prank things?
He doesn't do pranks. He just literally like reviews plazas and gives us information on plaza estate.
Or yeah, you're right. It's not pranks. What I meant to say is, does he do anything that's not corporate?
He has a podcast. He has a podcast.
Okay. Is it good?
Yeah, it's him talking. I like it. I've been listening to it a lot. I was really pissed today because Spotify on my phone wouldn't let me play it. The first thing Spotify is just raising it.
Are you excited for William Montgomery's movie?
With David Spade,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't really watch a lot of movies. I'll probably have to check that one out. Fast forward to the William Montgomery part.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same. I mean, I like David Spade. I like Theo Vaughn. I like Cam Patterson and William Montgomery and Casey Rocket. So I might check it out. I mean, just like stream it or whatever. I'm happy for those guys to get.
What's your favorite Chris Rock?
Man, does he have like a movie that I've seen? I don't know if I've seen any of his movies.
You haven't seen Coming to America?
That's not Chris Rock. That's Eddie Murphy. Oh, do you mean? Are you asking? Are you asking what my favorite Eddie Murphy movie is?
I mean, Chris Rock is in a few movies as well, but he's not in that. Yeah, Eddie Murphy. Let's go.
Well, he has two stand-up specials that are arguably like two of the best stand-up specials of all time. They're Delirious and Raw. I was going to watch them recently, and I'll still probably watch them in the upcoming future. And they're absolutely hilarious. I've seen them before. So, and those are, well, they came out as movies, so they kind of are. But I get it. Those, if you want to just consider those specials, that's fine. Um, they were number one in the box office. That they were so big. So if you don't want to consider those,
I do, but it's been doing stand-up. It's not actually a movie.
I know, but it came out in the movie theater. So if you're talking,
That's weird. That's bizarre. But
they used to do that because how else are you going to see somebody special?
YouTube at the time. YouTube didn't exist.
Exactly. How else would you see it? I mean, unless it was like on HBO, but this was even some of it was like before HBO. Um, okay, so
Yeah, why wouldn't it just be on the television?
what channel is it going to be on? There weren't that many channels. There wasn't Comedy Central. This was like in the mid '80s, early to mid '80s. If anything, it would have been on HBO, but they knew they could get so much that it would be too big for HBO. Um, okay, so probably Coming to America, but there are. Oh no! Is it Coming to? No, there's one. He does this impression. What movie is that? Eddie Murphy is in a barber shop. It's like, yeah, it's Coming to America. Yeah, it's probably Coming to America is my favorite. Though he did Doctor Doolittle.
Oh, he was the donkey in Shrek, right?
Yeah, he was the donkey in Shrek, but I still like Coming to America more. Um,
He's an amazing donkey. Is just the best character in Shrek. I'm gonna go with Shrek.
what about Puss in Boots?
That was not. Who played Puss in Boots?
Antonio Banderas.
You know that?
Yeah,
Who the fuck is Antonio Banderas?
he was in Desperado, or he was in Zorro. You don't know who Antonio Banderas is? Um, okay, so Eddie Murphy's in Beverly Hills Cop and Beverly Hills Cop 2. It's been a long time since I've seen those. I like those. Harlem Nights he was big in. Um, he was in 48 Hours, which is a big one. But Coming to America is my favorite of those. He was giant. I mean, he was like, he was he was like the youngest person ever on SNL or something like that. Eddie or like Eddie Murphy or like hosting SNL, youngest SNL. Like that's how I know Eddie Murphy is from SNL. He was let's see here. Eddie Murphy joined SNL, making him. Oh, he was 19. He was one of the youngest. Who's the youngest person ever to be on SNL?
SNL person. I'll have to go watch the
Oh, dude, they're so funny. Anthony Michael Hall was 17 when he was on it. Wait, yeah. Oh, that was when he joined the cast. Wow. Um, but 19 still really young. Dude, I watched a bunch of Richard Pryor. Do you know who Richard Pryor is?
Yeah,
I watched. He did Live on the Sunset Strip, and that came out in theaters, and it just killed people in theaters. And um, I watched a bunch of his stand up like a week ago or so, 2 weeks ago, and he was so good. But what's interesting
I have
is,
a question.
go
I
ahead.
have a question. So the the population in the 1980s was roughly the same-ish. I mean, like maybe, let's see, 1980. What do you think the population was in the 1980s
In the United States,
in the world?
oh, it was like 7 billion people versus 8 billion today.
Apparently, in the 1980s, it went from 4.4 to 5.3 billion.
Okay, there you go.
So there were less people, but it seems like my point is that it seems like in the 1980s or like that era, they were just like so way less comedians, way less. Or I'll just say like comedians. And nowadays, it seems like there's just like way like tons of them, tons of them. And it's like the population hasn't increased by like 16 times, but it seems like the amount of comedians has increased by like 16 times. Do
From
you think that's true?
from Canada or anywhere in the anywhere in the world.
Just everywhere, everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
maybe I just don't know a lot of 1980s comedians, but it seems like there's just so many, so concentrated, and I get that media was very centralized, so that probably a role that there was just like fewer comedians, but they were like way bigger, and now it's just like way more spread out, but they all make less money or something.
well, yeah. I mean, like, stand-up comedy didn't really come to fruition until after vaudeville, which is like after the 1920s, and it started to make its way into the 1940s and 50s. But television is the thing that really revolutionized it, and then the Tonight Show really made it like
William Montgomery.
no. I know that, duh. But no, what they gross a year? He made like $60 million last year just in his tours or whatever. But like the way he started was, um, do you know who Ralphie May was?
R.I.P.
Yeah, okay, so you know who Ralphie May is. Okay, cool. So like Ralphie May was doing a tour in like Ohio, and um, Matt Rife reached out to him on social media, or even like before social media, but it was like yeah, I think it was though. I think it was like Twitter or something. But he might have just emailed them from a website, and he was like, "Please, can I open for you?" And Ralphie May was like, just didn't answer him or whatever. And so what Matt Rife did, he was like 14 or 15 at the time. He was young. He and his mom met Ralphie May's uh, tour bus outside the facility when he was going to per- perform, or outside the club, and they made him breakfast. And that was like the way to Ralphie's heart, is to like make him food. And so he's like, you know what? In fact, like Ralphie May's exact phrase was like, you've got like, it's like you've got heart, basically, to come out. It was like 5 in the morning, and you guys made me breakfast and orange juice and everything. So he let him open, and then he eventually started taking him on the road with him. Matt Rife was not that good looking, like people think he is today. He had like all kinds of surgeries and stuff, and he was able to pay for those through Ralphie May. Anyway,
Did not know that.
yeah, that's the origin story of Matt Rife, and like Matt Rife did not have a really nice smile. He had like all new teeth put in, and he was able to pay for all his plastic surgery, basically from the money that Ralphie May gave him for opening for him and everything. So um, Ralphie Ralphie May Ralphie May is legitimately like, I've heard a lot of stories about him, and just how generous he was is like an understatement. Like Joey Diaz has this story that Ralphie May used to just um, like he would come into town and he'd be like, "Hey Joey, like come meet me at this place for lunch. I'll take you to lunch or whatever." And Joey'd be like, "Well, I can't. My car broke down or something like that." And Ralphie May would be like, "Don't worry about it. Tell me where you're located right now." He'd give him the address. He'd go down there. He'd pay for like Joey's car to get fixed or get new tires and everything, and then they'd go out to sushi. And then before he was done, like he'd leave him with like $1,000 worth of weed. And then like he would always take care of people really well. And I would listen to interviews of Ralphie May. Ralphie May grew up really, really poor. Ralphie May's origin story is fucking amazing. I mean, I know it really well. He was he was at a Shakey's Pizza in somewhere in Arkansas, and they had an opportunity. He was in high school, I believe, and they had the opportunity to do stand up, and he went and he did stand up, and he did really well, and he got a blowjob next to a dumpster outside of Shakey's Pizza off of Highway 271 or something like that, and he basically said like it changed his life because he was like, I could go to school. He was going to high school and college at the same time. So he was a smart individual, but just like probably like just made fun of a lot for his size and stuff. And so then he started doing stand up in Houston, Texas, and then from there, this is a really beautiful story. He was in he was starting to tour, and he was in Hawaii, and he was doing a show in Hawaii, and he gets a call from Jay Moore, who's another comedian, and Jay Moore's like, "Look, they're gonna have this show on NBC called Last Comic Standing, but you got to be in LA by the weekend, basically, to be able to do it." And Ralphie was like, "I can't. On this, I'm in Hawaii right now, and I've got to do these shows." And they're like, "Look, if you want to be on this show, it's going to be on national television. You got to do it." And he didn't have enough money, so he was married to the time at the time to a lady who's also a comedian, and she went to her mom, and they had to put it all on like an emergency credit card. And so he flew to LA, did the show, got on the show, actually ended up getting second place on the show. He did not win it, but that made his career. And then he made all this money from that. And the guy who won, his name is Dat Fan. He was the. I remember watching Last Comic Standing because it was pretty big in the United States. Like, hey, they're gonna have a comedy show, everybody's gonna watch it, and the guy who won was really really funny, but never did anything after that. Like, he never. Nobody has ever heard. I mean, he didn't have a good career, but Ralphie may have a good career. Anyway, that's kind of how Matt Rife.
Would you like more? Would you like more Ralphie May or
Norm Macdonald. But I like Norm Macdonald um, um, from Saturday Night Live. I've always been kind of mad at my friends. Not really, but I was in my friend's wedding a few years ago, and we were going to have his bachelor party, and we had the opportunity. Norm Macdonald was playing the Irvine Improv, and I wanted like that to be the bachelor party. And there were some people didn't really know, they weren't really into comedy, and so they weren't too thrilled about going. So we went bowling instead, which is fun. We had like burgers and went bowling and just for my friend's birthday, not birthday but wedding in 2020. Um, and I I wasn't the best man. His brother was the best man, but I was like the second best man or whatever. I was like the second to the groom or whatever. And and then it would turn out that like Norm Macdonald would die within like a year or two of that. And I've always regretted not going to see him because it would have been like I would have liked to have seen him before he died. But anyway, there's no big deal. But I would have liked to see him. And what I didn't know for
Who's coming to Vancouver, I believe, in September is Rick Mercer, the new feed that you've never heard of. That's funny. You need to watch the Rick Mercer report.
I'll have to check it out.
I want to go get tickets for that. See Rick Mercer live. It's like a rare performance. There's not a lot of Rick Mercer.
Very well. Who was I listening to? I was listening to him like, oh, dude, what are your thoughts on Bert Kreischer?
He seems like your typical tailgater at a NFL parking lot.
That's true. I bet your typical tailgater at an NFL game is funnier than Bert Kreischer is. If you are really privy to the Rogan sphere, I know I call it that, but basically, like that group of guys, people don't realize it, but they're basically all the kids of very successful people. Bert Kreischer's dad was a lawyer. He had his own law firm for the Church of Scientology out of Clearwater, Florida. He lived out of Tampa. Um, the guy who's the kid in The Fighter and the Kid, Brian Callen, his dad's an international banker. Um, uh, Tom Segura, his dad was um, an investment banker. Whitney Cummings.
Oh, Bert Price, Joe Rogan canceled Bert Price.
Wait, what?
I was some Reddit post called Bert Price failed to cancer on because Joe Rogan canceled.
I'd be happy to hear that. I don't think Bert Kreischer is funny at all. And Joe Rogan is having some weird shit happen to him um, from his friend group. Like this thing with The Fighter and the Kid is a big deal. It's going to affect the Um, Bert Kreischer.
Very particular.
What'd you say?
Very particular.
Uh,
Is he from a local family?
yeah, I mean not super wealthy, but yeah. Um, and Bert Kreischer's getting his own comedy series. I see. I'm not really
Why
happy.
do you think?
Dude, Bert Kreischer is lame. He tells the same story. Like the funniest joke about Bert Kreischer comes from Nikki Glazer, and Nikki Glazer said on the Tom Brady roast, which is Bert, your story, or Bert, I'm such a big fan of yours. I love your joke. Like not like I love your jokes. It's like I love your joke. 'Cause he tells this one story. He had a movie made about it. It's The Machine, and like he's obsessed with this one story that happened to him in college, and he had movies made about it. And he's not a typical stand-up comedian. He's just like a storyteller, which is a different kind of stand-up. And I'm not saying can't be funny, but it isn't generally like I like people with really cool.
Storyteller comedians are the worst. Every single comedian
Exactly. It doesn't show a lot of talent, and then he just takes his shirt off, and it's like, okay, that's your story. I mean, like there are some comedians who are just joke after joke after joke after joke. They're like machine guns, and that's hard to do. But when you're just like telling a story, I just it's boring to me. And um, Bert Kreischer also talks about his family. I think inappropriately. Like he'll talk about his daughter's first period. Like, can you imagine how embarrassing that is? Your dad's going out just because he needs material and going and just talking about like a very personal issue like that, or just things that happen. I don't find him very funny. I mean, it's just like some people can have boundaries, I guess, and he just has no no boundaries. Um, I There's the thing, like in order to be a stand-up comedian, I'm not saying it has to be this way, but it's really hard to be a stand-up comedian if you come from a really poor background. And you wouldn't think so, but it is because stand-up comedy pay. Yeah, he was able to do it, but he had a wife that helped to support him. Like that's the thing. If you ask any of these stand-up comedians, like the popular ones, what is like how can you be a successful stand-up comedian? They say number one, be prepared not to be paid a lot for like the first 10 years, and number two, date or marry someone who has a job, because basically you won't be able to make any money. And it's true. The popular stand-up comedians that I've named, they all come from wealthy families. Whitney Cummings.
day job and then go do comedy after.
I'm not saying that people don't do that and they're not successful at it. I'm just saying that it's more difficult. Look, I mean, these people are paid. Like at the Comedy Store, even like Joe Rogan when he plays the Comedy Store, he makes $200. Oh wait, is it $200 or $20? Um, Hold on. How much does a regular make at the Comedy Store per set? Um, per not per set, per set. It's so little. $25, not $200. $25. So like you see Joe Rogan play the Comedy Store, he makes $25. There's even a thing that like when you get really big, you don't even collect that money. The reason why you do it is because they have agents and managers and stuff who go there. Maybe you can get a show out of it or something like that. That's why people do it. But the it's that's incredible. Like you don't make a lot of money doing it, at least at the Comedy Store, and that's like the biggest place. The reason why Joe Rogan, he wanted to change things, and so he doesn't run the Comedy Mothership to make money. He runs it to just break even, and he gives a lot of the money back to the people who play it. But even still, there's just not huge amounts of money in that. Where there is a huge amount of money are TV deals and movie deals and touring. When when you're doing arenas and stuff, that's where there's a ton of money. That's where you can get that Matt Rife $60 million kind of deal. But if you're like William Montgomery, I've heard that well, at least the people who do Kill Tony who are regulars do not like it because it doesn't allow them to tour. They have to be back in Austin every Monday, and they make $0 for. Oh, I shouldn't say that. They do make something. They do get a contract, but a lot of them don't. Like, if you're just going there, if you're not one of the paid regulars, but I don't know what their contract is. Let me see what. How much does William Montgomery make for Kill Tony?
He makes all his money on cameos.
Wait, that's where they make their money though. That's where they make their money. Um, you know how he makes those jokes about being sponsored by Kirkland and everything? Um, ChatGPT takes it seriously, and so they are like, for instance, it is suggested that he earns at least $3 million a month from his Kirkland sponsorship. That would be $36 million a year, and I think we both know he's not making that kind of money. But it takes it as serious. That is hilarious. Um, I know David Lucas did not like he was a regular on Kill Tony for a year, but he didn't. He said that he didn't, or maybe more than a year. But he said he didn't like it because now I'm sure he did like it. He's just saying this, but they don't pay you, or what they pay you is like $25. It's very very low because you have to think they're not doing that much work. It's literally like 1 minute of work. So it's like not a lot. They don't have to pay you a lot. Though it's a lot of work to get that 1 minute, they don't have to pay you a lot for it. And like one of the like
You're saying that Tony Angela is taking advantage of people.
I think that yeah, to some extent. Welcome, how are you?
Good, Rabbi. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. How did you find out about me?
Oh, I've been in here for a minute.
Oh, okay, tight. How are things in your neck of the woods?
They're decent.
All right. We're just talking about Joe Rogan and that sphere. Do you listen to the Joe Rogan Experience?
Every once in a while.
Who are your favorite comedians?
I like Theo Vaughn. There was this other dude I was listening to. I forget what his name was though.
Word dog. Theo Vaughn's great. He's very funny. Do you ever listen to his podcast?
I get clips of it every now and then.
What he does on his podcast that I like that the other guys don't is he has regular people on there and he's hilarious with them. He'll have like a trash person on trash, not a trash person, but like what do they call it, a sanitation worker on there, or like a lunch lady. He'll have like regular people on there and talk with them, and then he'll also get like the vice president of the United States who we had on recently as well. So we were just talking about that. What's good in your neck of the woods? What's good on Discord?
Yeah, same old, you know.
All right. Well, what have you been doing recently?
Yeah, lazy, lazy month so far. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's on your
That's all
agenda?
I can really say.
What's on your agenda for the rest of the summer?
Low key, I've just been in the gym, bro.
Okay, that's good. What are your favorite? What are your favorite exercises?
So, yeah, I fuck with preacher girls, bro.
Oh, okay. You got big arms.
Not necessarily, bro. I'm like skinny.
All right. You trying to pick up chicks?
Amen, brother.
Excellent. How's that been going for you?
You're decent. Yeah, it is what it is.
Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
Slang as much as I can, bro.
Absolutely. You got a little girly on in your back pocket?
Something like that.
All right. You like her?
I don't think that shit's like reciprocated.
All right. So she doesn't
She's
like you.
She's like on and off, bro. Like I don't know how to explain it.
All right. So you got to get her on. Do you know how to do that?
Yeah, it's like it depends on the day.
Okay. Well, the best way to make her jealous or envious is for you to improve yourself and then go after other chicks.
Amen, brother.
Are you on the dating apps?
I'm a more a fan of in person, you know.
Yeah, no, I get that. In person's great, but not everybody in person is single, ready to mingle. Everybody on the dating apps is. Do you ever do the dating apps?
I've done them every once in a while.
All right. Do you have much success?
I mean, when I'm on them, yeah, decent amount.
All right. So this girl who isn't giving you enough attention, why don't you go find some hottie who does give you attention on those apps?
I mean, it's a fair point.
Definitely. I'm just calling them like I see them. Basically, you have an amazing opportunity. You are young, in shape dude. I know you think you're skinny, but that's great. That's a positive. And you're just going to get a bunch of chicks to swipe right on you. You find out which one you like. You start dating her or like go out on dates with her. And this girl who you like who isn't giving you the time of day, she'll either see that you are moving on and be like, hey, what about me? Or she'll go move on her own and that's fine. But she won't be wasting your time anymore. And you'll have some hotter chick that you found on the apps.
Amen.
That's what you should do.
How are you? How are you going in the scene, Rabbi?
Oh, well, I consider myself to be perhaps the world's most eligible bachelor. I just have to go viral. So for me, I don't date. I've made that a conscious choice while I've been doing this live stream. However, before I did, I dated a lot. I've got a huge body count. I lose track at 42. I date all kinds of chicks. But the one thing they all have in common is they're intelligent. I've dated women who actually worked at Tinder. They actually worked at Match.com, which owns Tinder. And so I got some behind the scenes knowledge of how it works and how those dating apps work. I like to consider myself as having one Tinder because I get every girl in LA to swipe right on me. I When I have a profile, it's really great. I get professional pictures done. I have really good interests. Um, I'm an interesting individual, but also the way that I get all these chicks to swipe right on me is I would use auto swipers. So basically, I would just use like literally physical things that you put on your phone that would auto like people for me, so I wouldn't have to sit there and just swipe right on chicks. And then I would just have to look at my phone, and I'd have not just dozens but hundreds of chicks from whom to choose. And then, I could flirt with chicks and be like, hey, what's your sign? All that bullshit that people do, which sucks. I would get to brass tacks with chicks. And I had this line that I would use, and it worked like 90 to 95% of the time, which is, let me get the wording correct. It was, give me your digits if you want to get jackhammered. Or no, give me your digits to get jackhammered. And I would just get girls who would just send me their numbers, just en masse. It was like, this motherfucker is not beating around the bush. He just wants to fuck, and that's all I want to do as well. And I would just get bitches' numbers. I wouldn't fuck around with, what's your age, what's your sign, all that bullshit. And that works, just getting down to it. Now, I'm not saying, you can't play around a little bit, but and then at least within the Jewish community, we have matchmakers. So I've done those apps as well, where basically you have a third party that places you with someone. And if I were a normal individual and wasn't live streaming my life, that's I would have found a wife that way, and we would have ridden off into the sunset. But I recognized that there was the opportunity, perhaps, to really change not just my life, but my children and grandchildren, create a dynasty, and that was through data. So I basically started live streaming my life more than 3.5 years ago. And let's say it all shut down and I was unable to live stream my life. I just had to go back to being normal. I'd go back to being a project manager, which is what my career is. I'm a certified project management professional, and I'd get on the apps. The one that I would use is called Saw You at Sinai, which uses a matchmaker system, but I've also used JSwipe and JDate, which are Jewish matchmaking platforms. But I've also used Tinder. We have Jews on Tinder. We have Jews on Bumble. We have Jews on Hitch. Um, I've known a girl who worked. She was like a campus representative for Bumble. That's the one where the girls make the decision on what to do. So I've gotten some insight on that. But like, if I were to give you uh, my advice for those apps, you need to have 5 good pictures or so. One of them of you doing an action, like something exciting or a sport or something, like on a boat or playing basketball or even golf. Just something that shows that you are active. Surfing's a great one. It's great to have one with an animal. That's a great one to have. It's good to have one, um, like just perhaps wherever you live in your living area. Uh, Women like to see, kind of the background of what you do. What you don't want to do, I mean, like probably two others. Just outdoors ones are great. You being in nature is good. And then but lighting is key. And I've even paid professional photographers.
There's this fucking app that like Instagram advertised me and they wanted like $70, so they're using AI to enhance your photos for dating apps specifically, and they would like basically like Photoshop you onto like these like 4K like professional photos, and you could choose like your like setting and like you're after whether it was like business or like casual in the fall, and it was like $64 goddamn for an AI swap app.
Yeah, I mean, I've paid professional photographers to take pictures of me, or at least made arrangements to do it because I recognize the value of having good pictures, and that's really, really important. Another thing is to not have outdated pictures, so recent photos are important, and like clear pictures are really important. Lighting is really important because you want to give your best um, visual as possible. I wouldn't necessarily think that AI is the way to go. People can discern that it's AI, but also if you're like, let's say surfing from AI, and then the chick is like, "Hey, you don't have that body. Also, do you surf?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, I don't surf it. I just tried it once." It's like you were able to stand up on the board.
Catfishing works on dating.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to. I mean, of course, you don't want to do that. You want to be as honest as possible, um, or within reason. And then having a good description, an accurate description. Like, I I know one that I would have. This is one that I did like way years ago on on Plenty of Fish, but um, my username was "Want to help me save the world" or "Want to help me change the world" or something like that. And I got girls who were just interested just in who I was because of that profile name. I mean, anybody can go in there and just be like "Big Pimp 69." Okay, that's cool, but it doesn't really tell you that much about like doesn't really tell the girl that much. Um, and then just like I don't know what's your career? What do you do for a living?
Talking to you
Y-
right
You.
like parts and shit, right?
Okay, that's fine. What do you want to be?
I want to get a law degree.
Okay, so then you can call yourself an aspiring lawyer. or something along those lines. I mean, that's a difficult one to be, but if that's what you want to be, it sounds better than working, part time at McDonald's. Which nothing's wrong with McDonald's. That's a good job, and a lot of very successful people start at McDonald's or whatever it is. I'm not saying that you can say like work part time at whatever or like part time employee, but aspiring attorney. It tells a girl that you have hopes and dreams and that you want to you know, like you have an end goal and maybe what she might end up with in the future. I'm not saying though that what you're doing, you can't be successful by just saying I work part time at Blockbuster Video or that doesn't even exist anymore or whatever. You can get laid that way too. But like the pictures are really important. Your description is important. How you Are you 6 feet tall?
Like 5 or
Perfect. So you can say that you're 6 feet tall. Because when you're wearing shoes and socks and everything, but that's the key one too. You'll get 50% more chicks swiping right on you if you're 6 feet tall, and or taller, and like those are the big things. I mean, if you're working out, it shows that you care about yourself. So you'd be like, employed. That's a big one. So you could write like if I were going to write yours, I don't know you, but basically you could write employed, aspiring attorney, love to work out, and
Over 6 feet tall.
over 6 feet tall. Barely. There you go. I mean, frankly, that's going to be better than 70% of guys that they're going to see. And if you have good
As
pictures,
soon as they read lawyer, they're gonna be like, it's like Donald Duck,
Scrooge McDuck. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but you're going to have the word aspiring there, so you're being honest with them, but they're going to know that hey, this person has they're goal oriented. I mean, that's another thing you can say. I'm goal oriented. Um, and I know, you've got this other chick who you waste your time. You're young. You have the opportunity to score some really hot chicks. And that other chick, when, like, the thing is, you're going to make her jealous and she's going to come running at you. Like, right now, she has no competition with you. So she can dangle you. But the second that she knows that she's got competition for you, she's going to be all over you like bees on honey. Con, do you know what pickup is?
pickup.
Pickup, yeah. It's
Something like pick up lines, pick up basketball.
it's a good question. No, it's a community. It's basically the seduction community. There's an art to picking up women, and most men don't know about it. But there are people out there who consider themselves pickup artists. I'm one of them. We have layers, basically, where we like meet up with other pickup artists and review strategies, and we'll go like sarging. We'll like go out and like meet chicks either individually or in a group and see who can get the most amount of numbers in a given night. Like, I don't know where you are, but you can certainly like the first thing I would do is read the book by Neil Strauss. It's called The Game. THE space GAME, and it'll tell you how this nerdy writer got Britney Spears' number back in the day when she was on top of the world. What up, Pickens? How you living, pimp? Pickens, what's new?
nothing.
What's good?
What's good?
What are you up to, my man?
I'm watching you.
You're watching YouTube?
Yeah,
Excellent. Pickens, how old are you?
19.
Okay, very well. What are you watching on YouTube?
Emergency response.
You're what?
Emergency response.
Oh, okay. Is that fun?
Yeah,
Very cool. Pickens, how'd you find out about me?
I was in here a long time ago. Remember?
No, man, I've got like almost
I was
1,800 people in here, so I don't remember them
I
all.
was here with Eli.
Okay. How did you find out about me?
The Ego server.
Oh, okay, that's a popular one. Okay, very well. Do you like gaming?
Yeah.
What are your favorite games?
Bro, relax so Fortnite.
Okay, very well. What's on your agenda for tonight, Pickens?
Watch YouTube.
All right, well, that's a popular thing. I was doing that before everybody came in, and I will do that probably after everybody comes in. Do you like podcasts, Pickens?
Yeah.
What are your favorite podcasts?
Criminal talk. Like
True crime?
trial. Like trial podcast.
Oh, okay. Do you want to be in law enforcement or do you want to be in attorney?
No, like Wander Franco.
Okay, is that a good one?
Search him up. It's a baseball player.
And it's a
This is about like the pedophile.
Yeah.
okay. So that's not funny. And I'm not going to
Oh,
search
is
it.
it? It's a baseball player who got caught dating a 14-year-old.
Oh, that guy from Tampa, was it Tampa Bay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, and he got a 2-year suspended sentence, right?
2 years of jail time and 3 years probation.
Yeah. It's really
That's it.
disgusting.
Yeah.
But
That's it.
But he got 2-year suspended sentence, I thought, which means that he still can play baseball.
No, nobody signed that.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. All right.
This shit's rough. I remember watching him play like in person.
Was he good?
We have.
He
Yeah.
was like, yeah, he was decent.
Here's the future of the team who's getting paid like $200 million over 10 years.
Well, so he was a pretty big player.
Yeah. He was only at 21.
Wow.
And the podcast. No, it's like he was on the podcast because he was like in a trial.
Very well.
Speaking of podcasts, how do you feel about like what's his name? It's like George something. It's like George DeSanto, like that. He was like congressman in like New York, like one of the boroughs.
Right.
And now he's getting arrested for like what is it, like tax fraud or whatever.
Right.
And now he has like a podcast.
I
Or no, it's
George Santos.
George Santos.
Right. Did he serve his time?
I think he's like currently serving his time. No, he's not in jail yet. He got sentenced to 87 months.
There you go.
So it's just a matter of time.
Well, I don't have a very high opinion on most politicians, and he doesn't change them.
Alright, well, I think I'm gonna get rid of him.
Absolutely. You're always welcome here. Get yourself a new little lady friend if you can, and if not, get the other one, okay?
I'm going up to Orlando for the weekend, so I'm gonna get some chicks in here.
Please do. Keep us updated, okay, my friend?
Well done.
Take care, buddy. All right. Back to you. Where were we? Oh, we were talking about Joe Rogan and comedians and stuff. I
having a
go ahead,
student, you know, you've seen Nathan Career.
dude. I've seen them all. I love Nathan Fillion.
I had a little Nathan Career idea today. I passed by a tattoo place, and I wonder if it would be possible for me to get like a free tattoo. And I was thinking like, oh, this would actually like help their business a lot. I could go in and say, hey, you guys give me like a free tattoo. It's just like a tiny, a tiny one. It's really like it's just a very small mark, like number 8 or something. So it's gonna be simple. Or maybe the initials of RR from my dear friend Rabbi.
Sounds great.
And they do these tiny little R's on their arm, and I say, okay, thank you. I'm going to post this on social media now. Boom. Come get your free tattoo from this place and wherever the tattoo shop.
Okay.
Now, I mean, those tattoos cost virtually nothing because they're so small. And now all those people, in order to, like, get the free tattoo, the other half is they have to post on social media saying, like, oh, we got this amazing free tattoo here under yours. And then,
I don't get it. So let me make sure I understand. You have no prior association with the tattoo shop. You go there and get a small RR on your arm. You post that to social media. People on social media see it and then go to the tattoo shop wanting a free tattoo.
yeah, but the idea is to promote like, that's just like an in, and then once they're in the tattoo shop, and they realize, oh, I actually want a bigger one that's the full, my entire neck done by this awesome tattoo.
I gotcha. So
Promotional technique.
so basically, a really small tattoo is free, but if you want anything bigger, then it's going to cost money, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you just want like a little smiley face or something, boom.
Okay. I are you going to have an agreement with the tattoo shop?
No, this is just if I'm Nathan for you, and my goal is to help a struggling tattoo business.
I gotcha. Okay. Then when the people come in and they're like, "Where's my free tattoo?" Won't the tattoo shop be like, they'll know about it. So they'll be like, "Yeah, it's a free tattoo if it's smaller than 1 inch. If you want it bigger than 1 inch, okay."
That is the classic Nathan for you twist, is that you say free tattoo, and then a motorcycle gang shows up and they're like, oh, actually it's about for 0.3 of a 3/8 of an inch is free.
Yeah,
And the rest you have to pay for.
that's actually a pretty good idea. Like a Nathan for you kind of deal. Where
So,
he. Dude, did you ever see the last Nathan for you?
Brandon Francis, yeah, it was so funny. We just go all that way and then wait on the edge of the driveway, calls her, and then talks for 10 minutes, and then drives away, doesn't go to the door. He could have just gone to the door.
Yeah, that would have freaked her out.
And he could have called her way before that, too.
What were your thoughts on Nathan with that prostitute?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That was weird.
I think, I don't know, I feel like he was, that cannot have been real.
I think it was, but it was like it was weird. He's so awkward, and um. Okay, so you finally found it, or you finally watched
I
it.
watched it a long time ago. That's when you told me before.
Yeah, but we haven't talked about it since then. Um, yeah, I mean, they spent so much time trying to find her in like old yearbooks and everything, and he even had that like reunion where nobody knew who she was or whatever. And it turned out like she didn't even like it. Like they weren't even dating or whatever. I don't know. It wasn't like they were really that close. He made it.
Yeah, that's funny.
He made it up to be more than.
Stories I'm covering can make them just starting to joke the authenticity of Francis, whatever the guy was, Bill Gates impersonator.
Right.
Fucking
There's something that I can never get out of my head, which is that song that he sings, like "I'm a diaper dandy" or something like that. Whatever the fuck it is. Um, there's some song that he sings. I don't want to think of it, but um, it was uh, it was it was a weird. It was so different than the other episodes, and I thought it was really beautifully shot. Like the camera work they had for it, but
I like how they're just like following like the story arc was just like we don't know if this is gonna work out at all. We're so close to quitting and following it, like we don't know what to do. Literally, they found him by pretending to be like a film crew, right? And then they had to sneak in the office and then found the yearbook and then somehow found her in the yearbook that he stole by pretending to be a part of some film crew.
yeah, it was something.
That they're like, oh, it's only like the sequel of this movie at this school.
That's right. Yeah. Um, I thought she was really. I thought she was really nice to even just like not hang up on him, and she was just like obviously like she had a successful life. She had a successful children. She had a successful husband, and that guy, the Bill Gates guy, didn't really ever amount to anything that great, and he didn't look at like Bill Gates at all. Like I don't know, it just didn't. Like if somebody was like, "Here's our Bill Gates impersonator," it's like you're supposed to look like the person. He just was an old man with glasses. It's like I wouldn't necessarily think that he looked like Bill Gates, but okay, that's fine.
I don't think he was a doppelganger by any means. I don't think that's what an impressionist is supposed to be. Like if you're doing a Donald Trump voice, that's doing an impression if you're doing an imitation of whoever, you know.
Right.
But I don't think that his actual Bill Gates impression was good at all.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't know anything that much about computers, and so it's not like he could sound really techy. And he was just too old to play Bill Gates. Like he's got to be 20 years older than Bill Gates, so or something like that. Anyway, I felt really bad for him. I felt really bad for. I mean, fortunately, for the show and everything, Frances was still alive, and they could put a bow on the end. Like, imagine she had died, and it was like, all right, well, I guess we just shot a bunch of footage, and we don't have anything to do, or they still wouldn't be able to find her or whatever. Um, I'm interested to know what Frances thinks now that it's become somewhat famous. I can almost guarantee she doesn't think about him like in a sexual way or whatever. It was just weird um that he was like my mom didn't want us to be together, and like she wasn't that into him at any point, but he just made it out to be like she was the one that got away or whatever. I get that. I get it. I mean, everybody has perhaps.
He said he was like he would write me letters about how I was the only one that he ever wanted.
Oh yeah, he cheated on her. That's what it was. He was a scumbag.
Did he? He broke her heart.
I think so. Yeah, with some other girl.
I don't remember that part.
Hold on, let me look that up. Nathan For You, the final episode, Finding Francis. Did the guy cheat on Francis back in the 1960s? The question, Bill Heath is his name. Um, the episode suggests that there were complications in their relationship. Specifically, Francis's letters, which Bill discovers later, accuse him of cheating with Gloria, indicating that there may have been infidelity involved. Yeah. So, do you remember that in Francis's letters, she accuses him of cheating on her with Gloria.
Okay. Right. That's funny. Apparently, William Heath even lied to get on to Nathan For You because he was a professional Bill Gates impersonator for 5 years. He wasn't. So the guy is good at twisting things.
Right.
And that should have been pretty obvious because he like I was hiring that guy. Who even hired a Bill Gates person?
Exactly. And if you're going to hire an impersonator, I think an impersonator should look like the person. That guy, he didn't look like Bill Gates. He looked like an old man. And Bill Gates was kind of like middle aged.
Bill Gates looks like an old man. So
Not,
I guess this was like a while ago.
I mean, he had like, yeah, it was a while ago, and I don't know. Bill Gates still looks a lot younger than Bill Heath. Okay, so
All his blood transfusions make him look young.
exactly. I felt bad for Bill Heath. Do I know? Is this correct? Did he die?
Oh man, that would be sad. I wanted to call him.
It's Josh. No. He. Maybe he didn't, but I don't know. I just wanted him to like live with his. He didn't have any children. I wanted him to be able to live in that big house with his niece, but she didn't. She didn't seem to really want him there. Um, and or if I recall, it was like um, let's see if he died. Nathan Ford.
He's a ding dong daddy from Cuba.
That's what it was. I said diaper dandy, but yeah, a ding dong daddy from Dumas, Arkansas. That's what it was. So he moved back to Arkansas and he's in an assisted living home. So perhaps I'm in the Nathan For You subreddit. I thought that was a fascinating show.
Yeah, I like how there's still jokes later. And guy, remember like the ghostwriter guy with like the lazy eye that he hired? I forget what it was.
Oh yeah, he wrote that.
Like the entire book for like the gym.
Exercising, yeah.
Other stuff.
Exactly.
So I read it, so I was like, we ran into him because we were at the movies and they had like a photo and then I was like, asking him questions.
Dude, that one guy got a show off of Nathan For You. That private investigator. That
the security guard guy that loves looking at kids.
right. That guy was weird. But that guy, there was a show.
Straight up finding like Nathan's amazing at finding weird people and
One of my favorite characters. I never saw his.
the detective guy.
That's what I keep saying. Yeah.
I said the security guy that like they did a pilot.
Oh, I didn't know that. But the Nathan For You investigator, that Wolf guy. It was Cry Wolf. Cry Wolf. I never saw it, but that guy had he was in Playgirl, and he was like really proud of it, and just he had a really good personality, and I I liked that guy. I mean, I never saw his show, but I thought he could probably be pretty funny. I probably should check his show out. Um,
There's a new show that is just not doing for the second season of it. I haven't watched it. It's called The Rehearsal. And it's almost like a German show type deal. Instead of like Nathan being Freeman, where everyone else is the actor, he's on the actor.
well, that's interesting. I haven't seen that, so I can't really comment on it. I do like it. I liked his other show. I don't know why they got rid of it. I I know that the
Which one?
Nathan for You.
Nathan for you?
Yeah, I don't know why they stopped it. It I don't know why they stopped these shows. I mean, I know that like it's about ratings and everything, but it has like a cult following that people really like it. Um, and I know they can probably run out of ideas and such, but I don't know. There were some like characters on it,
He got like his like super famous like breakout from the John Starbucks.
right?
That blew him up.
Yeah. Um, the that one definitely blew him up because it was on like local TV and stuff. Um, and it I think made national headlines. But the Starbucks did not like that at all because they saw it as a threat to them. That like, hey, they could basically you could have somebody steal our logo and then just make it an art installation or whatever, and have people lined up around the block. And you could do that in every major city in America, and dumb Starbucks would become more popular than Starbucks. If I had the opportunity,
Is that in your dream or something?
yeah, it is that does it actually becomes the biggest um, coffee place in the world eventually. That episode becomes you got to think like 50 years people are going to look back on that episode as being like really artistic, and they're going to that'll blow up. Um,
So there'll be a resurgence of John Starbucks.
yeah. Also, McDonald's. I know you're thinking like, oh, these all just came from movies, but movies and art becomes really big in the future. McDonald's eventually gets overtaken by McDowell's, which is in Coming to America. Do you know that brand?
McDowell.
Yeah, it's like an African American McDonald's that they have in that movie. Um,
Haven't seen it.
Hungry Jack becomes really big. It actually takes like Burger King takes over McDonald's, but then Hungry Jack is the thing that actually becomes really popular, which is Australian Burger King. But people find out like, oh, they embrace it. They embrace like the fact that Burger King can't be in Australia because there's already a Burger King there. So there's a Hungry Jack's, and Hungry Jack's, because it's Australian, it has a huge attractiveness to the United States and becomes really popular. What else was like Dunkin' Donuts becomes huge. Um, In and Out goes national. That's already happening. Um, what else? The one that wins out over anything though is Hardee's and Carl's Jr. because they did these ads back in like with like Kim Kardashian like 15 years ago where she's in like a bikini. They also did them with like other actors, other like models. And since sex sells, these like really sexual advertisements that they did many years ago get this resurgence. and become very popular. What else becomes big? Arby's becomes really big because like the term like roast beef pussy becomes like more common, and so whenever anybody thinks of Arby's, they think of, or whenever anybody thinks of like roast beef, they'll think of Arby's. Did you know that Arby's, it's spelled ARBY apostrophe S, but it's really like a short for RB, like roast beef. Did you know this? Do you get it? Like RB is roast beef.
Okay.
There you go. What else becomes big? Um, Long John Silver's becomes big, not for any real reason except they did this um ad. It wasn't even an ad. It wasn't a commercial. You know how you would know this. They get like people to draw on windows, like just like art on windows with like a marker. And there was one in the United States. It became a meme. There was one. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Hello.
What's good? How was your day?
Good.
Lovely. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's play today.
You got it. Riser, would you like an invitation?
What's the game?
Bowling?
Oh, no, there we go.
Nope, we play bowling. Do you want an invitation?
No, I'm not gonna go.
All right, Miss Aquarius. It's just the two of us. I'm sending you an
I'm
invite.
not good at mini golf, but I'm learning that.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You got your invite.
I'm here.
Good job. Riser, dude, he's been in here,
No.
but he comes in at like 6 in the morning, and I don't have time to be up all night with him.
Are you on regular hours?
Yeah, for like the last week, and I'm trying to maintain that. So I told him, like, he comes in, he'll come in at like 3 in the morning, and then again at 6 in the morning. You know, he's trying to become an exotic dancer. Nice strike. And so he's been going to the gym a lot, and so he usually, come on, knock that down. He usually comes in before he goes to bed, which is like early morning Pacific time. And
Hey,
thank you.
Doing magic like IRL.
Oh yeah, I think he's got a good chance at it. He's
I think it's a pretty safe job because I don't see robots replacing human scripters anytime soon.
yeah. It probably is for. I mean, you can only do that for so long.
What, dance on a pole?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to maintain like a really good body for a long time.
oh, good.
Thank you. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Oh, what a strike! That was a big strike.
Come on.
Not what I wanted. All right, I've got to get this here. That's a spare I wanted.
Good day.
That was good. All right, Miss Aquarius, last frame. Coming in with a strike. Ooh, that was good. All but one. Look at you, 64. You've got this. Oh, yeah. Nice spare. Miss Aquarius with 66. Get this strike. Put it out of reach. Oh, you did. You put the game out of reach, Miss Aquarius. Beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was great. Ooh, I could come back. Let's see here.
Let's go. Let's go.
No, not with that. Not with that kind of round. Oh wow! Good job, Miss Aquarius.
You win and I win, you win.
That's right. All right, I'm gonna send you an invite for one more. You should have the invitation.
Come on, Rabbi. You gotta get it this time.
I know. You've beaten me 3 straight games if we count yesterday's. At least. Maybe more.
Ooh,
You've been on fire. You
it
had that
don't matter.
game.
We are undefeated.
That's right. You had that game where you had 104, and you've been really good since then.
Yes, sir. Come on.
I'm trying. You got a spare? Get another one. Or a strike even better.
Okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Oh, for sure. No doubt.
Right.
Nope.
You can get them $3. Come on.
I hope so. There we go.
Hey. Good.
Thank you, man. Oh, look at you. Look at you. That was
Come on, Rabbi.
great.
You got it. Match me.
I tried. I was looking like I was going to do it. Get it. Got it.
Yes.
But you, my friend, got a strike. Get it. 2 in a row. Oh, almost.
You know about that. Oh, no. You got it, Rabbi. Let's go.
For sure.
Come on, Rabbi. Get it.
No doubt.
Get it.
Uh-oh, this is a tough split. Maybe one of the toughest splits that we can have. Just get these 2. Oh, it only got 1. All right. Get this.
No.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Rabbi. Get it.
Okay, come on.
Let's go.
I need to just get 1 pin. There we go.
Yeah, good.
Thank you. You win, I win. I win, you win. All right.
Yeah.
Very
Good
good.
job.
Thank you for playing. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
That's right.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Great thing. Let's see you again, Riser.
Riser.
They said me too.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Excellent.
All right. Good night. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning, Miss Aquarius. Take care.
You too.
Thank you. Riser, isn't she just the nicest lady? You sound like you're 1,000 miles away. Oh, you're going to the bathroom, you said? Oh, okay. Well, take your time.
Just how much I paid today for one thing of yarn.
How much did you pay today for one? Is it a spool?
Yeah,
$5.
it's $27.
Why so much?
I don't know. It's made of like, I don't know. But yeah, it's pricey, but luckily I dollar cost average and found. Guess how much I paid for the second spool of yarn?
$5.
$0. Their store was like, this is $1. You can have it for free.
Are you quilting or something?
No, I'm just, you know what grommets are?
The like metal things?
Yeah, they're like, just create like a little hole, like tarp or canvas. We're gonna use grommets on the canvas and then secure it to the outer frame that I'm making using the yarn, the string.
All right.
So, yeah.
Are you okay? So you said
Which
that
you count the dollar cost average, I think get totally ripped off on the yarn.
no. What was it? $13.50 a spool.
Yeah, and that's fair. 27 is fair. I just need to cope from my. What were you asking?
Do you like Bert Kreischer?
Honestly, I don't have much against him, but you know what they supposedly found this it's like a crop circle, but it's like a bunch of rocks that are in like this weird formation, and it's in like a Kootenai lake, which is like somewhere in BC, but I'm not sure if it's AI or not. Yeah, I want you to give me a whole lecture on what's the category of this thing you like art history?
Yeah.
It's not like but it's art history. So what specifically, or what things in art history do you like? Is it one like crop circles, or those art history? Or
No.
is it like Mayan art? Is it like all kinds of historical art?
Okay, you're asking what kind of art history do I like?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like architecture.
In general?
I like architecture a lot, and I like modern art. If you want to know my favorite art, it's it's so simple. Just a moment. It's P8 Moran, or P8 Mondrian. Just type in. It's so simple. Just type in composition with red, blue, and yellow. Composition with red, blue, and yellow. I fucking love this art. I just think it's so beautiful.
Really the squares with the boxes?
I fucking love it. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, Mondrian.
Yeah, it's just so simple, but it like uses the primary colors, and I don't know. It's just really happy to me. Like I look at it, and it's just I like it. And the reason why it was popular in the 1930s is like no one had done anything like that before. And when I see it, it's just like I just think it's absolutely gorgeous. I don't know. I like colors, and those are like the primary colors, and I just I love it. It's just its simplicity is something that I really like. Um,
This is like where I, like if I saw this in an art gallery, I would be like, this is the most boring, non-stimulating art. Like when it's just like so minimalist. Like there's some minimalism stuff where it's like be okay, but like this one where it's just like I feel like if anyone could do it, then it's like really not great art, you know?
but here's why it is because no one had done it up until the 1930s. Nobody put these together like this.
Hey, here's another thing that is just my opinion, but just because it hasn't been done does not make it the thing that you're doing just automatically amazing. You know, I'll give you an example of this. There are these, I saw it on Instagram, I believe. There was this guy, and it was like this reel on some like art page with like millions of followers, and it was like this artist like makes these like portraits by like smashing glass with a hammer, and he does these like, oh look at the jellyfish that did like smashing to like a piece of glass with a hammer, and it's like one, it just doesn't look it's good, but like I feel like everyone is just sucking this guy's fucking dick because he is like doing this like weird thing. And is it creative? I guess kind of, but like is it actually good what he's doing? Do I like the output? And I'm just like, no, I really don't. Like I personally would not hang one of his things in my home. I could not care less about it. That doesn't mean that he's a terrible artist. That's just my opinion.
Can you like summarize it? What do you mean?
Just because something hasn't been done before does not make it good.
I gotcha. I gotcha. Um, I I get that.
I mean, there could be a guy that just drew triangles and filled them in with primary colors. Does that guy deserve millions of dollars because it hasn't been done before?
I don't necessarily think that it. Um, I mean, it would have already been done to some extent. I get what you're saying. I actually probably would like that, so I might be the wrong person to ask about that.
No, it's the right person to ask. You're more than welcome to disagree. It's not a, I'm not going to get offended by your argument of liking minimalistic primary color artwork. I'm more like blown away that you actually do like it. So I'm a complete opposite. Are there any other minimalist artists that you enjoy, or other artists?
I like that. I like the colors in that one a lot. Um, are there any others? You know, people talk about Jackson Pollock, and they really like it. Um, yeah, there's one. Actually, it's different, but I've seen it recently, and it's like, okay, so what would I find? How would I look this up? Artist, um, paint, buckets, string. It's yeah, here it is. Wait, is it this? Ye, um, let's see here. I'll find it. Art, artistry. Yeah, here it is. Swing paint bucket. Yeah, this is so beautiful. I love colors, so um, yeah, here it is. This kind of art is just so beautiful. I'm sending it to you. I'm sending it to you. There's a video. This is from um, Business Insider.
Oh no! Come on.
Oh, I love
dude.
it. I love it. It's so beautiful.
Oh my.
It's so how don't you like
This
that?
one, this
Ha-
one at least is like a rainbow color. This is like exactly like my point of like just because something hasn't been done before, just make it awesome. And he's not the first person to rotate canvas and like put a bucket with like ink coming out.
You don't think it's beautiful?
Like, personally, for me, I don't. It's very extremely rare to find art without a subject in it. It's intriguing if it's just like color smeared around. Like I'd say like 98% of it just is that, or I don't like it personally.
You know these Canadian?
The bucket ones, well, now I hate it even more than that. But the bucket ones, like it's just like yeah, no.
It's so beautiful.
I don't
It,
think this is worth.
look at the colors, man.
If they just stopped it after like the first swing and didn't let it swing around and overlap, it would have been nice.
Well, he has some. I mean, it just depends on what you want. Look, the reason why I like it is because of the colors. I love the colors.
What do you think of David Cho's art? His art is awesome.
Let me see his art again. It's been a while since I've seen it.
I'll send you a photo of his best.
David Cho, CHOE.
Yeah.
It's
Look up mural.
David Cho mural. I like pop art, so I like Andy Warhol. That is not that impressive to me. Oh, you know who I really like? Oh, I'm in this guy's subreddit. I can't think of his name. Hold on. Um, it's like '90s art. Hold on. Um, '90s artist, white figures. It was really popular. Um, no, it's Keith Haring. Do you know Keith Haring art? He died. Yeah, it's very popular. It's very popular. And it's going to become really popular.
Oh, literally Stick Man.
It's not. It's close, yeah.
You have very interesting art taste.
Well, that's not my favorite art. Like I said, I like architecture probably. It's like, well, like I like music too, of course, but like,
I'm talking about painters. What other painters do you like?
so I like Keith Haring. I like Keith Haring. I like Pierre Mondrian. I like, um, Not sculptures, just painters. I like Georgia O'Keeffe. Do you know who Georgia O'Keeffe is?
Looking earlier,
Because all her shit looks like pussies.
are they supposed to be or just get
They're like flowers, but you can see like vaginas in all of them. Uh, I like whatever that paint bucket guy is, that Canadian guy. I fucking love that. I just think it's so beautiful. I like brightly colored art, and I'm not afraid to say it. I don't understand why people don't like use it more. Like you can use literally any fucking color you want. So they use like browns and dark greens, and it's like it's boring and ugly. Why not use bright red and bright yellow and bright blue and bright green and make it as exciting as possible? Um, I like Andy Warhol. Do you know Andy Warhol?
candles, suits,
Yeah, that's cool. But I really like his Marilyn Monroe's, and I just love the color that I love pop art. So I love that like taking things that are popular and making art out of them, I guess. And I like that style. Who else?
sending me a photo, and I want you to give me your feedback on our grade.
Okay. That's good. Whose is that?
Painting art,
It's not my favorite because the colors could be brighter, but
kind of bright.
is that yours? Did you do that?
No, no way.
Yeah, that was gonna say if you did that, that would be really good for like a someone I knew. Um, I like. I mean, I named the art that I like. There are. I'm sure there are other artists that I like. I just don't know their names. Um, but again, I like architecture, and I know that some people don't consider that art or a different kind of art, but um, I'm becoming more and more an architecture junkie. Like, not necessarily
Have you seen Mia?
who.
Instagram guy called Leroy.
I don't follow artists on Instagram. Not to say that they're not good, but
He's not an artist. He goes and reviews signs and also public art pieces.
um, who is it?
I'll send you it.
I really like Andy Warhol. His stuff is so brightly colored, and it can like the popularity of it connects with me, and it's like symmetric and um, sometimes is like multiple of them. I just think that they're beautiful, beautiful colors. Colors are just amazing to me. um, like of um, like impressionist painters. I like Monet. I like Manet. I like pointillism a lot. Um, so like what? There's another artist that I like, but I don't know his name. Wait, like famous pointillist. Yeah, it is cool. Um, okay, so Surat is cool, but oh, like I don't know. They make these hot dogs. I've never had them, but they're like advertised all over LA. Uh, what are those? Hot dog, Hoffy hot dog, Hoffy hot dog art. Uh, it's Has anyone actually had a Hoffy hot dog? I've never had one. I don't know what they are. They're not kosher, but they're not. They're not. They just have this pop art style advertisement. Okay. Um, pop art point list. Pop art point list artist. It's like a lot like um like comic books. Oh yeah, here it is. Ray Lichtenstein. Look up Ray Lichtenstein.
Ray,
Yeah, so it's Li
I got it. Pop art.
or Roy Lichten. Is it Roy?
Literally like comic book art.
Yeah, exactly. I like that.
Looks weird. Haircut.
I like it.
So,
Roy Lichtenstein.
spelled over.
Yeah, I like it a lot, though. I like that kind of art. It's like it's pretty to me. It's just I don't know. I like the colors, and I like it's like comic books, but I love it. Is it pointillism though? It is not. Although I think he does do some pointillism. Oh yeah, it is pointillism. Yeah, I love it. I love pointillism because of what it can do. Like just like each point is independent of the others, but together they make up a really beautiful artwork.
Probably make a beautiful thing.
Oh, for sure.
Basically, every image that you see is pointillism, just on
Agreed.
a tiny scale of pixels that is doesn't count.
Agreed. And like, I guess the difference is just what the human eye can perceive the negative space in the middle. But yeah, you're right. Like every piece of art technically is pointillism, or every piece of like
By designing an RGB color thing, I guess I don't know how
of like drawing art.
I don't know if that's
What kind of art do you like?
consider graffiti art.
Yep. There's a kind of like that's some good shit, man. You're funny. You're funny. Um, they. I think that graffiti street art becomes really popular in the future.
I like this here. I think it's more of like an alleyway type of deal. It's kind of grimy.
One thing that I don't understand is why nobody knows who this Banksy is when it's like everybody knows who everybody on Earth is. How don't we know who Banksy is?
I don't know if it's supposed to be not.
Yeah, I don't believe that one. I think that is a made up dude.
I mean, some people know who Banksy is, but probably wouldn't know.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, man. Like, you know that they know who everybody on Earth is. There's this kind of art. I do like some street art, like graffiti. Um, there's some that I don't like, but some that's done graffiti street art. Um, Twitter pop art. I don't know, but I don't know why for Twitter. You know? Move Twitter. Just graffiti. I like pop. I like whatever it is. If it's colorful, chances are I'm gonna like it. If it's not colorful, then it's not necessary that I won't like it, but I probably won't like it as much. I can't believe you don't like that bucket one.
Yeah, it's just not. Well, like the form, it's not like a very like intricate form. Like, I don't think I'll be able to find the name of this artist, but there's this one artist that I follow, and he has all these like tapestries and sews them together, and it's very vibrant and it's very intricate and it's super colorful, and sells his pieces for a lot, I'm sure. Goes along with American weight. Those are like a million times better than this singular line because it's like all these patterns that are on different fabrics, and those fabrics are cut into different shapes and intertwined. Like it creates like a much like just having a plain like individual color like followed by like another plain individual color is like not as stimulating for when you have versus like many different combinations of colors contrasting to it.
Okay. I
And like
I fucking love pop art. There's this.
how do you define pop?
It's a good question. Generally, it has a popular subject and very brightly colored.
I mean it's neon McDonald's sign.
I'd love it. Yeah. Um, I fucking love pop art. Like I'm looking, I just typed in pop art into a search engine, and I'm like, I love every single picture that I see. Like every single one. It's like I love them. I love them all, which tells me like this is my kind of art that I really do. I love it. It's beautiful to me. It's just there's like not a single art work that I see. If I just type in pop art, there isn't a single one that I don't like. Like I like all of this. It like even causes me to look at it and like scroll back up and look at it. It's like, oh, it is just it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous, and it's my favorite. I I don't know if it's my favorite art, but it's I don't right now know of an art that I like. It's so amazing. I like pop art. It's my favorite. There's so much you can do with it. I mean, you don't like it, or do you?
Um, it's very like comic booky, Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, it's
Like,
amazing.
I don't know.
How can't you like that?
I think there's some good ones. Some good ones.
Every single one of them is amazing, and you know it.
I'm just speaking my fridge.
It's so beautiful. I I really mean this. I didn't know how to describe it. I did, but I just didn't use the word. I'd be like Andy Warhol or whatever, and then eventually it's like I like pop art, but I absolutely love pop art. It's very 1960s, and I don't know. I just think that's a cool time. There's this kind of art. I don't know how to describe it. Okay, it's um, it's similar, but okay. There's this song. It's called Sunday. It's a really cool song, but it's the art in the song. Let's see here. What the fuck is that song? It was popular a couple of years ago. It has something to do with Sundays. Um, just one moment. Sunday song. Sunday song. Pastels. It's by like no. Uh, what in the fuck is this song? It's like very Barbie Dreamhouse. Um, it's pastel colors music video. Sunday Best, I think it's called. Sunday Best, and it's by uh, no, it's just a song. Sunday Best. It's very Barbie Dreamhouse, but I like that. Oh, it's called Surfaces. Have you ever heard the song Sunday Best by Surfaces?
I think I might have honestly. You gotta do is leave it better than you found. It's gonna get difficult to stand, but hold your balance. I just say whatever, cause there is no way you're real. Everyone goes down sometime, but you just gotta know it'll all be fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's
Anything to live around the neighborhood. Feeling blessed, never stressed. I like neon colors. Like when I was a kid, neon was really popular. Like around the late '80s to early '90s, everything was fucking neon. And I remember like just children would um you didn't want to be like red or green or blue. You wanted to be like hot pink and electric yellow and like those kind of colors, like shocking green. Like everything was like really.
I wanted to make a company that was making the 80s style streetwear because it's very vibrant, amazing colors, potent colors.
There you go.
And it's fortunately been going out of style, and I think it's correct.
Yeah, that kind of coloring is was very popular when I was a kid, and then it went to this weird world of purple and teal for the '90s. Purple and teal were very popular in the '90s, like teal especially. Like everything was teal. It's like that Dixie cup like logo. You know that it's become very popular, but it's like that logo that was on Dixie cups and now is all over. That's very '90s, and then the 2000s didn't really have the same color pattern. I think of like 2012 with like the rainbow colors, but and then like 2020 was like Black Lives Matter, so I think of that as like yellow and black and brown and stuff. But the 80s were very much um, neon colors, and they made this material color change for the '80s. It's called hypercolor, I think, or something. Um, yeah, hypercolor that would change when clothes were exposed to different elements. So if you like slapped it like with heat, it would change colors. I think like people don't do that anymore, but I think that could be really popular for your ski company.
I've never, what's that called?
Just type in hypercolor and you'll see like if you were to put your hand on your chest, it would do an outline of your hand. The reason why it didn't work that or the reason why it didn't last is because literally if you wash this stuff it lost its like power. But if you didn't wash it, it would like it was really cool. It would change colors to whatever you had on your hand.
Oh, damn. That sounds
Yeah, but you could make a coating that did, I'm sure. They just didn't try hard enough.
yeah, definitely small. Oh, my computer.
Dude, I fucking love pop art so much. It is so amazing. What kind of art do you like? What kind of art do you like? Are you there? Riser. 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 There he is. What kind of art do you like?
I'm not sure. If I had more energy, I would be able to have a better discussion, but I'm very sleepy. Did you watch the reel that I sent you of Leroy and Leroy?
Oh, no, I didn't. Let me take a look. Okay, it's a big blue ring. When you're in Calgary, you've got to check this out. Everybody, can
The big blue ring cost taxpayers like 500,000 or something. Really? $100,000 blue ring on the side.
Oh, hold on one second. Hold on. Wait. So the city of Calgary just made a big blue ring?
Yeah, it's a public art piece.
Okay.
Like
Now what are the silver balls?
it's another public art piece that cost 500,000 in Calgary.
Okay, I like the big blue ring. I don't like the silver balls as much. The big blue ring is cool because I don't know, Calgary doesn't have anything going for it. So at least this is like a tourist thing. But the silver balls, that just looks like a pile of rocks.
From yeah, there was a guy that went climbing in the balls, and then he fell in, and they couldn't get him out, and then the fire department had to come in and like give him a bunch of saws and stuff to destroy the art piece and get him out, and then he got charged by the city for like mischief or something. It turns out that there was a hangar like thing that could have been opened, but they did not contact or read the blueprint, so they like just destroyed it and hit it with hangar.
There's a tower downtown in downtown LA that it was being built by a Chinese company, but then the Chinese company went out of business, and so it's only like half built, and the it was just graffitied the whole building.
Yeah, I know what one you're talking about.
Yeah, but they came up with a really good nickname for it. And okay, so graffiti tower is not the nickname. It was called um they I, I've got to find. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Um, graffiti tower. It's called um, graffiti skyscraper. Yeah. Um, man, it was like a really good name. It was like really catchy. The um, it wasn't Tag Tower, but it was better than that. It was like a really good nickname. I forget. I think I heard it on the radio. Um, no, it didn't have anything to do with a country. It had to do with there was like a portmanteau of graffiti and tower or graffiti and skyscraper or something. And let me see if ChatGPT knows it. Yo, dog, what is the nickname of that graffiti tower? It's next to Crypto Arena. There's a really good nickname for it, and it's not graffiti tower. It's like Tag Tower or the Fly Scraper or something like that. What is it? What is the nickname? It's Graffiti Towers. LA Graffiti Towers. Graffiti Skyscraper. Graffiti Towers. No, it had a better name than that. And um, Graffiti Tower. The man, I can't believe I can't find the name of it. It was so good. When I heard it, I was like, "Oh, that is a hilarious name for it." Um, oh, maybe it was the Spray Scaper. It was something like that. What? Maybe not that, but it was something like that. The Spray Scaper or the the Spray Scaper. It was something like that. Or maybe it was just a Spraker. No, it had a better name than that. But it was like the I don't know. The graffiti types. Skies Oh, it's the skyscraper. I think it's something like that. Not that that's the best name. It might not be it, but that's actually not that bad. The skyscraper. But I don't know if that was it. Skyscraper. I don't know if I just came up with that.
I know they fenced it off.
Yeah, and they have the
Really cover headstone.
and they have to have the LAPD there 24/7, and I feel like the Chinese company should have to pay for it. I mean, I get it.
I mean,
I get why they don't have to, and they went out of
there's
business.
buildings, there's other buildings that are covered in graffiti, you know. Yeah.
Not like that. Not like the whole building of like a skyscraper.
Yeah, it's still like there's buildings that are just covered in headstone graffiti.
Oh yeah, for sure, but not like high rises. That's the only one like that. But I feel like that building could potentially be really popular in the future. I mean, you already know about it. It's not just like a local thing. So
I follow graffiti a little bit. I'm sure most people would have heard of that. Unless they follow graffiti, but most people don't. I'm sure it's on the news and stuff, possibly also.
so what kind of art do you like? You asked me, and I named like 6 different artists and a and a genre or a type, and you haven't named anything.
I like graffiti, I like murals, I like the
Name artists though. Name an artist you like.
troll yarn painting.
Oh, that one that you sent. That one you sent me.
Yes, but just like those yarn paintings in general, or like the old Inca tribes are cool. Or like the African tapestry woven art, otherwise sometimes known as textile art. Yeah, that's sad of me that I'm never gonna find social media probably. They're like the most insane tapestry art. You know Alex Gray?
Yeah. Why do I know? He's a UFC fighter, right?
No, he's a psychedelic artist.
Alex Pereira.
Alex Gray.
Oh, Alex Gray. Oh, apologies. Um,
You may like his art.
yeah, that's cool. Oh, I like that a lot.
In one of his paintings that he painted in like the 90s, it literally had Twin Towers in the frame in the painting. Like before it happened.
What were you saying? There was a crop formation out of rocks?
This is a better photo of it. You can see Facebook it, so what's this?
No, just tell me what to Google. So it was rock though, or it was a crop circle?
Yeah, they're wrong, but it looks like it's wrong.
And it's underground, underwater.
I'm not sure if this is AI or not. There is a Reddit post.
But,
Underwater petrol.
okay, let me look at that underwater petroglyphs.
Based on the photo, it looks like it.
I'm looking at it, and it doesn't really look like anything. What are the mysterious? Oh, okay. Oh, now I see it. The strange rock formations are located near Chaco Mall in a part of the lake which only is underwater for part of the year. Oh, that's interesting. I've never seen something like that. I like that. Whether it's natural or um, artificial, that's cool. Have you seen this thing, or is it just something you learned about?
Uh,
If you had the opportunity, would you take Bill Heath to Kootenai Lake to show him the underwater rock glyphs?
and William gave the Bill Gates impersonator, and yes, that'd be
What did I say?
the Bill.
He's Bill. Bill is short for William. Yeah, dog. Bill Clinton is William Jefferson Clinton. Bill Gates is William Gates.
Damn.
How didn't you know this?
It would make no sense.
It goes back to like medieval England. It was like a joke. It was like seen as funny. So like someone with the name Richard, they would eventually call that person Rich, and then as a shorten, and then Rick, and then and then they would play on it
I have one for you.
to be Dick, and
What
that's
is Bob short for?
Robert. Same thing. Robert was shortened to Rob, and then they make it so that you had like a nickname. So Bob became for Robert, and Will, and then it became Bill. So William for Bill, and Dick for Richard, and uh, Jack for like Jacob or John, um, and like Mick for Michael. Did you really think that Bob for Robert was like tough?
Um, I mean, I don't know.
Like the ones that are weird to me
I just wanted to know if you knew it.
are like Liz for Elizabeth. That one that isn't that obvious to me. Another one is Peg for Margaret. That's an interesting one. Um, I think like Dennis. It can be like Denny. That one makes more sense. Um, oh, Candace and Candy. Um, there's there's like a weird one, like I don't know, there's like Dot short for oh um I know one. Dot was short for Dorothy. That's a weird one. And Trixie for Beatrice or Beatrix. That's another one that's like I don't want to say it's weird, but it's like people don't really use it anymore. But it used to be very popular. There's another one like that too. I was just thinking about the other day. Um, Trixie. Um, what was it? I don't recall at this time, but it was. It's like one of those names that isn't used that much anymore, but was once very popular, and it had like a nickname to it. That's a good one though. So is Trixie. Just like I, no one calls their kids that anymore. Um, I'm gonna look it up. What is a list of names that are not really used anymore, but were once really popular? Unused popular names. Carol, Bob, Debbie, Pat. No. Um, no, these aren't like. I mean, some of them, like I guess, like Bertha, Mildred, but then they have other ones on here that are like still pretty popular. Keith, Ruth, Cody, Gary, um, Jim, Robert. Those are still pretty popular.
Eleanor,
Yeah,
Mildred, Mildred.
I had a friend of mine who named his daughter Eleanor, and it's like I don't want to say making a huge comeback, but to some extent, there are some that are making a comeback.
It's not the worst.
No, like Eleanor has all kinds of similar names that come off of it. Like it means illuminated in Hebrew, but there's like Ellie and Ellen and Lenore that are related to that. So it's not. It's like maybe the whole name isn't being used, but Ella, Ellie, um, Ella, Ellen. Those are still like very popular. Super uncommon vintage names. Um, Margaret's, I think. Um, Top names of the last 100 years. Those are all still really popular. Oh, maybe it was Larry. Lawrence and Larry. That was one that was like. Another one. Theodore and Teddy. That was the one I was thinking. And then, um, and then Edmund or Edward and Ned. Those are all like they are just nicknames, but they don't make sense because we don't find it funny to use like a rhyming nickname like that anymore. But apparently in England, like 500 years ago, that was fucking hilarious. Oh man, I'm just reading about surprising gender bends. You've heard of boys named Sue, but how about girls named Robert and Jim, or boys named Daisy or Alice? These parents took gender bending to a whole new level, proving any name can be unisex if you really want it to be. Can you imagine a girl named Carl? Like, there were 45 girls in the United States named Carl last year, or like a girl named Dave. 46 girls named Donald. like 10 boys named Emma. Like they're just gonna get shit on. 205 girls named William. 205 girls named Robert. 54 girls named Richard. Like, yeah. I mean, Richard is still a pretty popular name, but anyone I've known who's like under like 40 has, if they are going to shorten their name by anything, it would be by Rich. There aren't, I'm trying to think if I've ever known anybody named Dick. Dick. I've known of like professional people who go by Dick, like, uh,
Hockey inspector plays European Dick
yeah, but who would I've known named Dick? They've always been like famous people, I guess. I don't even know famous people like named Dick. But Dick, they'd be like Dick Tracy, like like not a real person. Dick, famous Dick, like Dick Richard Nixon was the big one. Like they call him Dick Nixon. I don't know if I want to just type in famous dicks, which I literally just typed, but I didn't hit enter because like, I don't want to get a whole bunch of garbage in my fucking shit. Oh, cool. I got somebody new on Blue Sky who found out about me 13 minutes ago. Apparently, Rabbi Rothschild is a character on here. Good to know. I've never encountered him until now. It's always good to meet new people. I am just torching this fucking platform so badly.
You could have a big brand, you have a sponsorship, you can't be very bothered.
A sponsor, a sponsor of a company. Yeah, Rothschild and Co. So it's investment banking. But like, if not that, if you're talking like a Fortune, like a Fortune 100, a Fortune 500 U.S. company, who would I want to sponsor me? Uh, it's a good question. Are you talking like a Nike or an Under Armour or Adidas or something like that? Um, I mean, there are like companies that I'd want to do just because it's like kind of funny. Like, there's this. It's called like Summers, Summers Night or something. Summers Eve. Summers Eve. It's like a douching, uh, cleaner for like women's vaginal canals. Summer's Eve, I think would be funny. Um, but if you're like talking serious ones, um, oh, in that dream, Amazon changes its name eventually to be Prime. They just go by Prime, not Amazon Prime, but they just take that Prime and just make it everything because it's shorter than Amazon. It becomes really big with syllables. Companies want it to be as short as possible. Eventually, I think I told you this, um, and I once heard it on the radio, but I've never read anything or heard anything more about it. Is Verizon and Facebook merge? I remember here. I remember exactly where I was. I was in a parking lot in this um, at this like is in a parking lot like 2 miles away, like near this grocery store, and it was like 5 in the morning. And I remember hearing on KFI, the local AM radio station, that Facebook is getting a new name. They're going to first go by Meta, and then eventually by Verizon, and and then I've never heard anything more about it. Though they did change the name to Meta. Um, what else? Uh, who, uh, for whom would I want to be sponsored? Or by whom? Um, JP Morgan would probably be pretty cool. But if you're talking like stuff that people know, like popular stuff, Alphabet would be cool. Amazon would be cool. Um, Pantone. Do you know what Pantone is? They're the company that like make all the colors. I would like Pantone. I'd like Crayola. They like are the ones who define what colors are. Like they have the Pantone grid. Um, they do like they have a color matching system.
When you use some really design, you get a picture, you know, you're not sure what the colors and
Exactly. Exactly. And
I
so
thought that was just like a standard way of like
it's a company though.
that's like having like milliliters in your company.
That's hilarious. You're very funny. Yeah, you're exactly right. It is like that. Um, I'm sponsored by Milliliter. Oh, that is fun. I mean, it really is. It's like being sponsored by the metric system, Pantone. But yeah, uh, that's kind of like a unique one I would choose.
When
Um,
I was playing hockey, like we got our jerseys that are like printed by some company who didn't know how to print jerseys well. And on the back of each jersey, there's like a stop sign that is supposed to tell other players to not hit you from behind and like kill you, basically. But the company that printed our jerseys printed the stop sign backwards, so it's a Hawks.
Hilarious.
Wish I still have, I might still have that jersey somewhere. Hawks jersey.
That's hilarious. Um, I guess like there are foods that I like that I would want to be by which I'd want to be sponsored. Um, but like I don't know, I like the Sriracha company. I've seen that on clothing. It's called like Julio Phones or something. I have some right here. Um,
You know
it's
what Canison is?
Canison.
Capsaicin?
Capsaicin?
Capri Sun juice?
Capri Sun? Yeah, I know what Capri Sun is.
I've never heard of that until like two people have mentioned it in the last 2 days. It's like some healthy juice or something.
It's not healthy. It's just sugar water. The thing that makes Capri Sun popular is its packaging. It's like in a remember that packaging that we
Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid.
what about Kool-Aid?
It looks exactly like the Kool-Aid pack. Like the straw that you snap.
Right. But Capri Sun had it first. Yeah. You know, I'd like to be sponsored by YooHoo.
What is that?
Like chocolate water.
Disgusting.
You would think so, but it's amazing, and I can drink it faster than like any drink. It tastes like it's like um. I know it sounds like when I say chocolate water, it sounds disgusting. It's just like chocolate milk, but a little bit watered down chocolate milk. But it
So
comes.
it's not really like water with chocolate.
No. It's I should have said it's like watery chocolate milk as opposed to like chocolate milk and water. Um, but that becomes popular, and that starts getting offered in fountain drinks. And like like a fountain drink, you could get YooHoo, which you can't currently get, but that becomes popular. Um, I would like to be sponsored by YooHoo. I'd like to be sponsored by um, oh, what else? Like Philadelphia cream cheese. I fucking love cream cheese bagels. And there's a kind of bagel. It's called Dave's Bagel. I'd be really cool to be. It'd be really cool to be sponsored by them. Ken's dressing. It's like a restaurant style dressing that's really popular, and I fucking love that dressing. I would like to be sponsored by. I mean, like Coca Cola would be great. Um, I'd like to be sponsored, but actually, Coca Cola is fine. But Cherry Coke, I'd like to be sponsored by Cherry Coke because I think it's. I think that Coca Cola does not promote Cherry Coke as much because it will cut into their sales. Because Cherry Coke is very popular. Like, if you give people the opportunity to drink Coke or Cherry Coke, a lot of times people will take Cherry Coke over Coke. Um, I'd like
I've
to.
never had it in my entire life.
Oh, dog, you're missing out. Cherry Coke's amazing. Um, I.
What does it taste like?
Do you know what grenadine tastes like?
No.
It tastes like cherry soda. But they used to make it. People used to make cherry Coke by. Okay, do you know what maraschino cherries taste like?
Like regular cherry?
No, it's like really candied cherries. It's like in a thick syrup. And all right. So if you don't know, you know what a maraschino cherry is? It's like on the top of a sundae.
Okay.
So it tastes like that in a in Coke. And um,
Here's what I. Why don't you? Why do you think that Coke doesn't really? I mean, how many flavors of Coke are there?
well, if you want to use, they make a machine called a Coca-Cola Freestyle, and I think you can get like perhaps infinite amounts because you can mix them together. But just in that machine, there are like over 100.
No, but I mean like actual like cans of like cherry Coke together.
Oh, I'm in the Coke subreddit, so I get to see it. Like they offer a lot of different kinds of.
Vanilla.
Hold on, they offer a lot more kinds overseas. So, do you want to count ones that are overseas?
Georgia Peach. Yes, overseas, the whole company.
Oh,
Many flavors.
there are over 100 different kinds of coconut because they offer ones with like stevia. Then they offer like ones with sugar versus high fructose corn syrup. Then they offer like mango ones. They offer one around the holiday season that's like spice. It's called like
They
spice.
promote on Coca-Cola's website. They promote Coke Berry, zero sugar and sugar version as the first thing that you see when you scroll on the Coke website. Not even regular Coke.
Okay. I mean, it's just not offered in a lot of like fountain drinks. They it's pretty rare. Um, what else? So
That's orange, green.
yeah. Well, and then they discontinue them a lot, and then they'll bring them back. Um, they make like a
They have an Oreo Coke. What the fuck is that?
yeah. People said it was terrible. I mean, I just remember what people said on Reddit. They would get all excited for it, and they're like, "This tastes like garbage." Um,
Can't imagine that. I can't believe they actually would even try that.
yeah. Here's an interesting one. Why is Coke brown? Like of all of the colors to choose, they chose brown. You would think that they make it like red, like their fucking logo, or clear. And you can make it clear, but I think it has to do with it's supposed to have a like technically if you give it a taste, it's supposed to be like a caramel taste, and so they make it that color. But it doesn't have to be. It can be any color you want.
I wouldn't say that it's like caramel. I think potentially it looks good in a glass bottle. Again, like with the red label and the brown, it's clear.
I think it would probably look better black then. It looks.
I mean, it does kind of look.
It
Black.
does kind of look black. No, you're right. But it's like, then why not just make it black? Dog, why is it brown? I'm sure this has been asked like a million times. Why is Coke brown and not a different color? It is due to the caramel coloring, which gives a beverage a signature dark color. The color is not a result of ingredients themselves, but rather an added coloring agent. Companies have found that customers expect cola to be brown, and clear colas have not been as successful in the market. Like that's weird. Like I bet you could change people with that because I think it'd be better to be clear because it doesn't stain your teeth, and if it gets on clothing, it's not like staining.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I would like it to be clear in the future.
I don't know. I feel like it would be weird if you. That's a big transition society has.
I think they'd get over it if you told them that hey, it's not going to stain your teeth and it's not going to stain your clothing. I think that's an easy selling point. Um,
I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I think it's $1 billion idea.
I'm sure they thought of it. They just don't have anybody to push it. If Michael Jordan came out and started drinking clear Coke, people would think that's baller as shit. Um, they used to make something called Crystal Pepsi in like the early '90s, but it never really took on. It wasn't the same taste though. If I think people would be shocked if you had the taste of Coke in a clear container, they would just be like they have their minds blown. Like I think it'd be very popular. How many types of Coke in a Coke freestyle machine are there? It's like Coke freestyle types. Okay, there are over 100 different options. The machine provides access to 165 different Coca-Cola products. Because you can get into Diet Coke and caffeine-free Diet Coke and caffeine-free Diet Cherry Coke and caffeine-free Diet Vanilla Coke. I mean, there's like, and then you get into Coke Zero.
Every flavor has like 8 different options built in.
You know why they offer Coke Zero? Because they want to offer a low calorie or 0 calorie. Um, they want to 0 calorie drink but targeted at the male audience because they have found that men associate Diet Coke with women and they don't drink it. But Coke Zero, if you ever watch, like, at least in the United States, sports, Coke Zero is like advertised a lot. And it's supposed to be like more a manly drink. Though, uh, if I've ever had it, it tastes like aspartame, like really like artificial sweeteners. Um,
And it does like way worse for you overall.
yeah, generally. Um, I like. Well, cherry Coke is just like it's not as. I know you say it's on the Coke website. I'm on the Coke website right now, and I don't see. Okay, now I don't see it. I see Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, Fanta, Smart Water, Minute Maid.
So you're not on the Coca-Cola URL, like Coca
Hyphen cola.com. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
Sorry, I can send you
The Coca-Cola Company. Coca-Cola. COCA-COLA.com.
Yeah, no, I see it on the main page. That was not on the main page. If we're gonna explore brands and hit Coke.
Wait. I have to explore the brand though. Okay, so I would expect it to be under Coke, but it's not like it's on the front page of Coke. Okay.
Yeah, no, I had to go to flavor.
Dog. You are now we're deep into it. No, that's okay. That's okay. But here's another weird thing about it. If you look at the cherry Coke label, it looks just like Coca-Cola. Like it looks like Coca-Cola. The cherry's really small. It's like not that easy to see.
It's pretty easy to see if you have eye and read.
No, but I mean, even the color is like barely, like almost the same. Like I'm used to type in 1990s cherry Coke brand or maybe logo. It was purple, and then it was this really cool, like, I think you'd like it. It's very like hipster, not that you're a hipster, but it's very like uh I don't know if you'd like it, but I kind of think you would. I don't know, it's kind of like graffiti, like, yeah, it just was a lot different than what it currently is. It currently looks like Coke, and people get it messed up a lot because the labels are very similar. Like, I know you're like, well, it says cherry Coke on it. Yeah, it does, but it's
Also, the color purple on it also should tell you that it's not a regular Coke.
yeah, but it's not like that obvious. Like, it's not like a different color. It's like, or it is, but it's not like okay. Looking at them, like the Coke Zero is like the Coca-Cola is in black, and I don't know. The Diet Coke is like in silver. The orange cream is is different. I don't. The cherry Coke is, I don't know, orange cream. That's new. No one's had that. Um, they have California raspberry. I've never seen that, and I know it's called California raspberry, but I've never seen it anywhere in California ever in my entire life.
Where is it?
Like the Oreo Coca-Cola one, is distinct. It's like way different, but the cherry Coke is, I don't know, it's not that different. Um. Okay, so sponsored by Cherry Coke, I'd take. That would be cool. Um. Mountain Dew Code Red. I think that'd be baller. Um.
Have you ever had a ginger ale and a beer together?
I've had ginger beer. Have I ever had a ginger ale and a beer? Um. I don't recall. I've had ginger beer though, and I very much enjoyed it. It's like a Japanese thing.
That might be ginger ale and beer. Do you like ginger ale?
It's okay. It's like I don't think I'd ever order it. Like there are literally like 30 things I would order before ginger ale. But if I'm having like some kind of specialty drink that has ginger ale, then I'll have it. But it's literally like one of those old fashioned drinks that people don't really drink anymore. Um, I'm trying to think of the last time I
Yeah,
had a
I love
ginger ale. Oh, you like ginger ale? Do you like Canada Dry?
Yeah, that's like the monopoly of ginger ale.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. Um, I didn't know. Is that a big thing in Canada though? Do you drink that?
Yeah, is it a Canadian company?
That I don't know.
Or is it owned by, it is, no, it's not a Coca-Cola product. It's owned by Dr. Pepper, which is in America.
Dr. Pepper Schweppes.
Keurig Dr. Pepper.
Keurig Dr. Pepper Schweppes. Yeah. Um, I. Who else would I want to sponsor me? Um, like Trojan condoms. That'd be kind of funny. Um, like what's it called? Um, what's there's like a lube. I forget. It's like a popular lube. It's not like Adam and Eve, but it's something like that. Astroglide. Um, what else? Want to be sponsored by?
I'd like Home Depot sponsorship for the orange.
I know, Rockstar. Not the drink, but the video game company.
Uh,
Um, EA Sports. I would take a sponsorship from them. Um, Hitachi. I would take a sponsorship from them because they make the magic wand. Um, what else? Um, Tesla would be cool, but not for the car, but for their robotics. Boston Dynamics would be cool. IBM. I would really like IBM. Microsoft would be cool. But I like IBM even more than Microsoft, I think. There's something cool about like an old brand like IBM. I mean, it's not that old, but
I would like to be sponsored by William.
oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I want to be sponsored by Dumb Starbucks and McDowell's and Hungry Jack.
And like to be sponsored by strip club that Sue will work at.
Right. There's a berry company, like,
Three assless chaps for life.
yeah. Um, it's called Driscoll's Berries. It's really popular. I'd like them. Chiquita, which used to be United Fruit Co. That would be cool. Um, which like literally like used to used to like uh was more powerful than the governments of like Nicaragua and Guatemala and stuff. Um, there are like weed stores or like there's one that I really like. It's called Grove. I would really like to be sponsored by them. They make like vaporizer. Oh, there's a vaporizer. It's called oh, it's a German company. It's they make the volcano. That would be cool. Um, if we're talking, I was kind of just focused on American companies, but if we're talking global companies, um, DJI. Do you know what DJI is? They're the drone company. I just saw.
There's like a controversy over the DJI drone company and how they are navigating the Ukraine war and stuff.
Oh, that's interesting.
Do we enable these soldiers in Ukraine to hack the drone so that they can go and get his bombs rockets vice versa? Not like both sides.
I saw this thing last night of the a tour of the DJI building. Its headquarters in Sichuan and or Shenzhen, I believe, and it's like this huge tower. It's two towers, and it's like the first in the world where the two towers aren't the same size. Like usually towers are the same. Like if you're like a twin tower, like both towers are 100 stories or whatever, but one is 40 stories tall and the other is 44 stories tall, and they have like this sky bridge between them. The first four floors of the DJI company are like it's like a store. It's like an Apple store, but for drones. And they also take like the history of the drone, and then if you buy one, where you can like test drive it, test fly it on the roof of the building. Just seem it's like a really innovative company. I'd like that one. Um, Open AI. I would, dude. That's the one that I probably would say. Open AI because I use ChatGPT so much. Um, Guggenheim Partners. They just bought the Dodgers, or they just bought the Lakers, and they own the Dodgers. So I would go with that. Um, yeah, that would be tight, but I don't know. Um, those Canadian companies, you got to be careful with them.
Sponsored by Ford.
That would be cool. I,
Reddit.
Reddit would be cool, but that's Condé Nast, which is owned by some other company. So that would be really cool. Yeah, I would be want to be sponsored by subreddits. The Fighter and the Kids subreddit, the Nathan for You subreddit, not even the Reddit. But like I want to be sponsored by the subreddit. That would be amazing.
I'll be sponsored by the Hoodoo subreddit.
Right. Um. Let's see here. What else would be?
I have a method of eating watermelon that other people have done, but to my knowledge, there's no term for it. It's basically like you cut the watermelon in half, and then you start eating it like with a spoon and just using the
Like a
watermelon
bowl?
as a bowl.
Yeah.
And you just keep scooping it out. But there's no actual term for that process, so
I've eaten it that
I
way.
was thinking of just calling it
Bowling?
like you boil the watermelon.
I think it is called that. I've eaten watermelon that way.
So you can't call it spooning, because that's already taken.
Yeah, bowling of watermelon. But
I guess bowling is already, right? Bowling has nothing to do with bowls, like the sport. I have no idea.
or maybe it's just called half. How to cut a how safe is it to eat half cut and wrapped watermelon? No. I've eaten it that way. I like it because then you can drink the watermelon juice and whatever. And it's like it doesn't get on a plate. It's like a almost like a coconut. Yeah. Um I'd like to be sponsored by Lockheed Martin and Boeing, L3, um, Harris, Halliburton, um, British Aerospace, um, El Al. I'd like to be sponsored by Raphael.
What's that company that makes like the waterproof food? Like they made them before like every other company in like the 2000s. And I looked at me because it was like next something.
Gore-Tex?
Deckers. Deckers?
Skechers?
I guess. Yeah, I believe.
Um, I'd like to be sponsored by um, uh, what is that company that Joe Rogan used to buy? Um, on it, on it. He always used to plug that in the fleshlight, so I'd go with those. Um, I'd go with
I would like to be sponsored by bouncy castles and memory foam.
yeah, Doug. Dude, what did we call that thing? The snooze cruise.
Probably. Yeah, what was the name for the couch? Did we ever come up with an inflatable couch?
No, but we could, and I think an air seat is cool.
Yeah, the air seat is actually quite a good name.
Thank you. I'd like to be sponsored by Airbus, Northrop Grumman. Those would be cool.
Airbus will get screwed by Airbus.
No. That's different. I was just naming the company.
We'll call it dumb Airbus. Dumb Airbus.
Just everything, just add dumb to it and take over the world. Hershey's, Ghirardelli. Those would be cool. They make a Dubai chocolate now, which is apparently.
This is actually a realistic sponsor potentially is Belgian Hotel spray paint for any golden paint supply.
Like Rust-Oleum.
Rust-Oleum is not great paint for murals.
Okay.
It's good for destroying property and painting things.
Very good to know.
It has I believe it's the male cap adapter versus like other spray paints that have female cap adapters, and the female ones are like a lot easier. So you can swap out the cap, you can change the flare depending on different caps that you buy. But with the male, it's like you have to buy an adapter if you want to use any other cap that's not cap pretty much, unless you like steal other male caps and then like boil them in hot water and use it in needles to make
Samsung would be really cool. LG would be cool. Um, Mitsubishi, Toyota, Honda, Suzuki, all of those companies. They're like they're like nine Japanese car companies. They're like Nissan.
Can you explain? Do you know the reason why like Japanese car companies like it's strange to think that like China or Korea or Thailand, Vietnam, anywhere in like Asia would have like car companies, but they're all seem to be concentrated in Japan.
Yeah, it has to do with like after World War II, they transitioned their business strategy and focused on the American market. And the United States, since we were favorable to Japan, since we had like bombed the shit out of them, uh, was open to importing their cars, even though it was fought by the American government or the big three American automakers, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. And China does not allow imports of its vehicles into the United States.
So we felt bad for bombing them basically and then let them scale.
It was to help their economy. Let me make sure that's right. Why does the Japanese auto market dominate since World War II, but like China's does not? Korea's does, like they had Daewoo and Hyundai and stuff. Um, yeah, I know it's because of efficiency and all that. I know they're good cars. The question is, Japanese has not achieved the same level of dominance as China. No, 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 no. Why did America allow for Japanese car imports but not Chinese? It may be because Chinese don't want to sell to America. I mean, I would think they would. They want to sell as many cars as possible. The distinction: Japan emerged as the dominant force in global automotive industry following World War II, posed a significant challenge to the U.S. Auto industry. The U.S. implemented a voluntary export restraint agreement with Japan in 1981, limiting Japanese car exports to the U.S. to 1.68 million units annually for 3 years. The measure was intended to protect the American automotive industry. In contrast, China's automotive industry has developed more recently and has not yet posed the same level of a competitive threat to American automakers. While China has become a significant player in global manufacturing, its automotive exports to the U.S. have been limited by a combination of trade policies, market access issues, and differences in consumer preferences. Unlike Japan, which had a well-established and highly competitive automotive sector by the 1980s, China's automotive industry has been slower to penetrate the U.S. market. Additionally, geopolitical considerations have influenced U.S. trade politics. Relations with Japan during the post-war period were characterized by strategic alliances and economic cooperation. So, yeah, we were trying to help their economy, particularly during the Cold War. In contrast, U.S.-China relations have been more complex, so it hasn't been as good with China. But also, China's industry is much younger. But we do it with Korea, Daewoo, Hyundai, Kia.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why are they so good at manufacturing cars?
Uh, it's. I mean, like, if you want it in one answer, I think it's because of their Six Sigma system. If you're familiar with process improvement, they basically make it so that if they're going to have something go wrong in their vehicle, it will happen in like one in a million vehicles. So they're just made to be extremely reliable. Uh, in the United States, has not had the same type of implementations. And then also, the United States has had a push for planned obsolescence in their vehicles when China or when Japan has not. Japan built for quality and cheap, like if like inexpensive quality, when the United States has built for shareholder value. Let's look up the
Right. No,
why are Japanese cars so reliable in the United States, but American cars are not. Japanese cars are considered more reliable. One is manufacturing, which emphasizes continuous improvement. What I just said, Kaizen and process focuses on minimizing waste through the Toyota production system. The system ensures that small, ongoing positive changes lead to significant improvements in quality and reliability. Additionally, Japanese automakers like Toyota and Honda prioritize long term reliability over performance, resulting in vehicles that can last up to 13 years or 200,000 miles with fewer repairs. What kind of art do you like? What is the name of it?
um, African bead art,
That's cool shit.
African art in general. This one guy I've been discovered recently. His name is Adebayo Balaji, and I'll link his Instagram page. I think both his artwork and things he says are very interesting. I hope that he makes a podcast today.
I
He has some great ideas, but
in the past 3 days.
his art's very cool. But I was listening to an interview with him, and he was like, the person was asking, like, oh, like, is your art like influenced by like your African roots at all? And then he had an interesting answer. He was like, if I was like a white person, would you be asking me the question of whether my art is like influenced by like my European roots? You know?
Right.
And the person was like, oh yeah, no, that's a good point you have there. I think his work does it, it seems, I don't know, it seems African. I kind of understand the question maybe, but I don't know. I guess it's also profiling at the same time to make you say that. But
Right.
his work is very, regardless of whether or not he's influenced by any cultural background. I don't know if you're looking at it.
I'll look at it in a second. I've been. It's interesting that you say that. Over the course of the past 72 hours, been doing everything I can to memorize the positions of all the African countries. So I've been playing this game on my phone that it just quizzes you on where they all are. And I'll just be honest with you, I did not know where Burundi was versus Botswana versus Togo. And I know where they all are now. And that's something that they definitely don't teach you in the United States, which is a shame. We learn where all the states are. We don't learn about Canada. Like you guys learn so much about us, and we learn literally nothing about you. I bet if you quizzed 100 Americans that say, "What are all the territories and provinces of Canada?" I bet you most Americans, more than 50%, can't name one territory or um, province, and probably only like two or three people might be able to name everything. I mean, I know there are Canadians that can't name them all, but um, especially without getting anything wrong. And those would generally be people in like bordering cities like Seattle or like Detroit or Buffalo. But your average American could not name.
Michigonites, yeah, they know that they're next to Ontario.
Um, they can't name anything, and then South America, we definitely don't learn anything about Central America because like the thing is, it's dangerous to have an educated populace, so they don't teach us about geography, especially because then we'll care about the people who live there, and they um, they so okay. So what am I trying to say? Um, we learn about Europe because that's where most of us come from, though that's changing because it's become really like Latinx has been a huge increase over the course of the last generation or two. But we don't even learn Europe that well. Like, I bet you most people in America can't point out where Liechtenstein is or Estonia. Like, we just don't learn that.
I think, yeah, it may not be taught in school because it's not particularly relevant, but people look at maps a lot, and I think that, like, a lot of people, I mean, there's like 275 countries or something, so it's hard to know where, like, shit like, uh, niche is about Nauru. Like, do you know where Nauru is?
Naru?
I think it's, well, don't look it up. Do you know where it is?
Naru?
Don't look it up. Do you know where it is?
Am I spelling it correctly?
I'll tell you after you tell me if you know where it is.
I don't know if what you're saying. You're not saying the room.
Yes, it's a country called Nauru.
Where's Nauru?
Okay, you don't know where it is. N-A-U R U. Yeah.
Wait, you keep changing the spelling on it.
No, I didn't. N-A-U-R-U.
Nauru. Where's Nauru?
Like the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that kind of stuff we definitely don't learn. I'll learn it. I'm trying to learn them all. So I started with Africa, and um, I've also been doing this thing for like the last
Why are you doing the Africa quiz?
because it has the most amount of countries, and it has like 55 countries and territories and stuff. And I really like Africa, but I like African people. I've had a lot of friends, not just African American friends, but um, people from Africa. Like, I've had friends from Malawi and Ghana and Uganda and South Africa, and they're just really kind, nice people. And um, I am just doing my best to learn like all the countries, and I want to learn all their capitals. I've been doing this thing with flags, learning all the flags, and Like there are some flags that are so similar, like Poland and Indonesia are just flipped. One's white on top and the other's red on the bottom. One's white and red, one's red and white. And like Monaco and Indonesia are the same, but just a different color red, slightly. I mean, there's just like all kinds of really intricate um, differences that I've been studying. I So I've been doing flags, and so I've got basically all the flags down. Though there are some like islands that still they're not like even countries; they're just islands that I've been doing. Um, so I'm gonna do Africa,
They have the Senegal flag, looks like other
Senegal, Cameroon. They all look the same. They're like a star, red, white, and green, right?
yeah.
Mali is similar, but Mali doesn't have the star. They're all very similar. They're all in
Iraq, Egypt, Syria, and
and United Arab Emirates and wait, and United Arab Emirates and Kuwait. They're all that red, green, and white. Um, yeah. And then there were ones that I used to know that changed. Like Libya used to be just a green flag, but after
why would they use like the same flag if they're like right next to each other? There has to be a reason.
yeah, it's because it was like the Middle Eastern partnerships, like to be like it was called like the Arab coalition or something. Why do Jordan, United Arab Emirates, and other countries have such similar flags? Pan Arab. That yeah. It shows their united cultural heritage. Each color carries specific symbolism. Black represents the Abbasid Caliphate, which was associated by the Umayyad Caliphate. Green is linked to Islam, and red is the Hashemite dynasty.
I think the provincial flags look cooler than country flags usually.
Yeah, I like city flags.
Cities have flags?
Oh fuck yeah,
What?
fuck yeah,
Cities have their own flags?
definitely. And people fly them with pride. LA's got a really cool flag. It's red, yellow, green. Um, New York's got one. It's like
That was the first flag.
I actually know this. It's Nepal.
No.
Yeah, Nepal has the
Why would
oldest.
you say that?
I just know
I
this.
guess
I know this is a fact. Nepal's number. Oh, hold on. Nepal is one or two. Denmark, actually, Denmark might be first. No, I think it's Nepal. Continuously used. What are the oldest flags that are used by countries? Um,
yeah, Denmark apparently is the oldest one that's still in use. But that wasn't like the first flag ever to.
no, that would be like banners from like earlier than the Roman Empire and stuff. But no, there's something to that. Something to Nepal being maybe older than Denmark's. There's like they don't really know how old it is necessarily.
Why does Nepal have like a triangular?
It's It's an excellent question.
Yeah, because it's the oldest, the only non-rectangular flag.
No, that's not true. Switzerland. Why does Nepal have
Well, triangular.
triangular flag? Also, the Vatican has like a square. It's the only country with non-rectangular. The design has historical and cultural significance. The flag consists of two juxtaposed triangular figures, creating an irregular pentagon with the. Okay, it's believed to symbolize the Himalayan mountains. The flag's unique shape reflects Nepal's historical resistance to adopting the regular flag that has been prevalent since the 19th century. Okay, is Nepal the oldest flag continuously used by a country? I read something like it. There's an argument to be made. So the flag of Denmark is older, 1625. Flag on the Nepal on the other has been used since 1743, while the Nepalese flag is unique in that it's the only non-quadrilateral national flag in the world. It is not the oldest continuously used flag. It's very old though. There's a reason why I said that. I mean, I knew it was Denmark, but there's something to the age of the flag of Nepal. I don't know. Maybe is there an argument at all to be made that the flag of Nepal may be the oldest flag continuously used by a country? The flag of Nepal is often cited as one of the oldest continuously used flags, with its current design. Okay, the Nepal flag's continuous use and distinct design contribute to arguments supporting its claim as one of the oldest. No, it's just saying it's one of the oldest. Um, Oldest continuously used national flag. Yeah, dude, I have a friend in here who's from Nepal, and okay, this is what it was. This is the thing I saw. So it's third. Uh, Denmark and the Netherlands are older, but I knew Denmark. Um, yeah, I have a friend in here. I've always wanted to go to Kathmandu, and I know a lot about Nepal more than average people because I've studied to some extent the Sherpa people, and they're not portagers. They're not the people who climb to Everest or other mountains, though that is a common career that they take. They're a people that's known as the Sherpa people. Um, I mean, I know just some facts about it. It's got the highest airport in the world, and like basically,
Is it the highest city in the world or
well, it depends what you define a city as. What is the highest city in the world by elevation? La Paz, Bolivia is.
you know where the deepest cave is in the world?
Um, yeah. Well, I know where it was in the United States. I think isn't it in like Vietnam or something?
It's in Georgia.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting one.
The city of La Paz, though, it's like I think I might have watched a video on this because they installed gondolas as public transportation. But it seems like, yeah, I guess, I don't know. It hasn't thought of enough. I guess it can.
You would think it would be Kathmandu. Like it, I would think that. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Or, I guess, yeah, no. There's like little, like, tiny places that aren't cities.
I've got one for you. What is the? I mean, this is like subjective, but generally, what is considered the widest river in the world?
The widest.
Yeah.
Is it in Africa?
No.
Yeah. Is it in South America?
It is, but it's not the one you're thinking.
Okay.
It's the Rio de la de la Plata, also known as the Silver River. It's where Buenos Aires is and Montevideo. You can actually see it how wide it is from space. It's like 160 miles wide. It's very wide, and it runs into the ocean.
That's
It
I don't know,
is.
like, every time I click on Google Maps, it's now making me do a full style captcha because they suspect suspicious activity.
I know why. They that data is very um, expensive, and they don't want people using it for Open Street Maps, which is its competitor. That's free. Like basically, it'd be pretty easy to just create a bot that just took all that data and mapped the whole world. So they make you do a captcha.
But they didn't used to do that to me. It only started recently.
Right. Because bots haven't been that prevalent.
It seems like the river that's doing the 160 miles part is like kind of like this inlet.
It does. That's why I said like generally is considered it. But if you actually look at it, it is a different color than the ocean water. It's like brown.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm not doubting that it's a river. I'm just saying.
It's the confluence of two
It's
different
like
rivers.
160 miles wide, but it's still like through like. I mean, it is going through two chunks.
It's there's the Paraguayan River and then that river, and they meet there. And I know what you're saying. Like it looks like well, this could be ocean, but if you look at it from a satellite view, it's it's a different color, and the salinity does not get brackish until you're pretty close to sea. The Amazon has always fascinated me. Yeah, it's either the longest or the second longest river in the world. There are arguments between the Nile and the Amazon. But did you know that there's not a bridge over it? Like you can't drive over it because it in the rainy season it rises like 30 feet in the air, or 30 feet. The water rises 30 feet above the ground, and it's not practical to build a bridge. I think you eventually could. I'd like to see one built, but there are just a bunch of different tributaries as well. So you'd have to keep building different bridges. And so the best way to the Amazon River. So the best way to cross it is through ferry. And usually in your major rivers of the world, like the Mississippi at the mouth you have New Orleans, and like River de la Plata is Buenos Aires, and like the the Yangtze, I think it is like or the Yellow River is the Pearl River is Hong Kong, and like the Yellow River is. I want to make sure I have this right. I think it's Shanghai. Um, like basically at the mouth of all these rivers, you have a big city, but um, the Yellow River is Shandong. Hold on. So it's Yangtze of Shanghai. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah. The Yangtze is Shanghai. The Nile is Cairo, but there isn't like the same at the Amazon. It's because the Amazon's so wide. It basically creates islands at the mouth. It's it's the largest tributary system in the world. Tributary system in the world. It's the largest watershed. It's absolutely giant. It's a fascinating river, and as you can tell, I'm pretty obsessed with it. Do you know what the longest river is in the United States? That's incorrect.
Very sure. Are you absolutely sure?
Yep.
Rio, no. I mean, according to Google, it's the longest river.
No, it's
I
no,
guess
it's not.
it's hard to believe.
No, it's not.
Which one is it?
It's the Missouri River.
No, by 1 kilometer.
It's pretty close.
Longer by 1 second.
Is that true? Okay, according to Wikipedia, the Missouri. Yeah, you're right. By 1 kilometer or 1 mile, 2 kilometers.
And what are the odds of that?
What are the odds of that? You know what another weird thing is like that? If you look up the square miles of the United States versus China, it's freakishly close. It's like, what are the odds of that? I know that's more politically driven, but United States has a total land area of 3.8 million square miles, and China has one of 3.7 square miles.
Yeah, the funny thing about the projection of the map is that it makes putting still anywhere near.
The Mercator map, yeah.
You know what the biggest island is that is not Greenland or Australia?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on. I mean, I think I could just figure. Well, I mean, arguably any continent is an island, but if you get past that, um, so you're asking, what is the third biggest island in the world? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I believe it's Madagascar, is it not?
No.
Hold on.
How about the club?
Hold on.
It might be freakish for club.
Uh, what would be bigger? It's not Borneo. Okay.
Very close.
Borneo. Wait. Well, it says Greenland, New Guinea, Borneo, Madagascar. So you're saying New Guinea?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Have you ever known anybody to go to Baffin Island?
Personally, no. Well, yeah, how is that not? Doesn't that count as an island?
It does. It's number 5.
No, it's the projection map that makes it look way bigger.
Way bigger. It looks huge.
It's literally half of the size of the U.S.
Dude, Greenland always looks so big. When I was a kid, I was like, Greenland's huge. And it's also at the North Pole, which it is not. And
then Antarctica looks like the biggest thing ever.
Because it's like the whole bottom strip, right? But it's the windiest place, the driest place, and the coldest place on Earth.
Why is the North Pole not on Google Maps?
It's underwater.
What do you mean? I thought it was the ice
It depends what time of the year. So sometimes it's broken ice, sometimes it's frozen over, and it can be open water as well.
There's like kilometers thick ice.
No, that's Antarctica.
That's only in Antarctica?
Right. The Arctic. Now, if you're thinking Greenland, that's different. That's land. But if you're just talking about the open water over the ocean, it can freeze. But generally, what it is just like this broken up thing of like broken up ice most of the year. But it's not like perfectly frozen over.
That's weird. I thought it was literally like a permanent, like, mile thick ice.
No, that's
I
Antarctica.
guess because like the tilt of the Earth or something. But the South Pole is less sunlight.
No, the South Pole has land. It's a continent. So, like, the ice and stuff can build up on it. The North Pole is just water. So it doesn't have anything stable on which to lock on. Like it does on Greenland, but Greenland isn't directly over the North Pole.
Okay.
It's open ocean. Does the North Pole ever have liquid water without ice over it? Just a moment. Go ahead.
Are you flat Earth?
I'm a heliocentric believer. You know what? I have to go back. The Arctic, okay, so the ice is typically 3 to 4 meters thick at the North Pole, with some ridges reaching up to 20 meters in thick. What about in summer, though? What about in summer? During the summer months, the North Pole experiences notable presence of liquid water, primarily in the form of melt ponds that leads to openings in the sea ice. This phenomenon is increasingly due to the rising temperature and sea change. In recent years, the Arctic ice sea mass, Arctic sea ice has become thinner and more fragmented, resulting in larger areas of open water near the North Pole compared to the past. For instance, during the 2024 summer season, significant amounts of open water were observed near the North Pole, with researchers and explorers reporting easier navigation through the region due to reduced ice resistance. The luxury polar expedition ship Commandant Charcot was able to reach the North Pole through openings in the ice, highlighting the changing conditions in the Arctic environment. Despite these changes, the majority of water at the North Pole remains frozen for the majority of the year. So, I mean, that's what I thought. But with the sea ice typically ranging from 2 to 3 meters in thickness. However, the increasing presence of liquid water during the summer underscores the rapid transformation. So, it's it's generally frozen, but it does break up, and it's not like miles thick like Antarctica. Do you know what Arctic means?
Cold.
Bears. Do you know what Antarctic means?
What do you mean? When you say bear, like
Yeah,
big
yeah, it's like Latin for bear, but it's not because of polar bears, even though it works out that way. It has to do with Ursus Major, the constellation, which means like big bear in the stars. And then Antarctica means no bears, which it does work out that there aren't bears at the South Pole, but it just meant that that was not where you could see Ursus Major.
versus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the great bear. Oh wait,
Or perhaps it's Greek.
the Ursa Major is the Big Dipper.
Ursa Major,
Never heard it.
Ursa Major is not the Big Dipper. It's no, it's Great Bear.
The last photo.
I don't. I think it's different.
Oh no, the Big Dipper is a part of Ursa Major.
Okay.
So halfway.
Okay. I mean that's good in my book. Ursa Major is Latin for Big Bear. Arctic comes from the Greek word Arcticos, which means near the bear. But a lot of people think Arctic means bear because that's where polar bears are, but it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's because of Ursa Major. I heard a guy on a podcast say that the other day that Arctic means bear because that's where polar bears are. I shouldn't take this with any. I think it was Brian Callen, so who the fuck gives a shit? The kid in Fighter and the Kid, but um, they didn't even know where the Arctic was. They're just such dumbasses. Anyway, I'm fascinated by that. My friend's parents took a cruise to Antarctica. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think that'd be cool. My aunt took one.
Yeah,
She didn't
you
take it.
know, if the weather isn't bad, they let you go polar bear dip and jump
That would be more a penguin dip because there aren't polar bears there.
You're right. You're absolutely.
I wonder if they'd survive though. I know that they've tried other things to live there. Cows don't make it, and that's really kind of the only thing they've tried. Like cows die basically immediately. There's like no vegetation. But they tried to have. I read about a story like the Ernest Shackleton, one of his. It wasn't his expedition, but he was on another expedition, and they tried to have um, cows there, and I think one of the cows gave birth. And there's this interesting story. Like if you have an iceberg and it breaks off, that's called a calf. And they named this cow calf, like I forget. Hold on, cow calf, Ernest Shackleton, Antarctica. What did they name the calf? They named it like something related. It's a cute name. Uh, they named it Iceberg.
Wait, iceberg, because of the calf.
So it's like an iceberg. When part of it breaks off, it's called a calf. And
Yeah, I got that.
and so when the cow gave birth, it gave birth to a calf that they named Iceberg, which is like the opposite of what happened.
They named it iceberg.
Yeah, which I think is just cute.
They're really making jokes about that animal that they literally let freeze to death.
Exactly. I think they got them back on the ship and were able to save some of them, but not.
I want to go try like a polar bear for.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Let's look that up. Well, there's nothing for it to eat, but would polar bears survive in the Antarctica? In Antarctica. Polar bears could theoretically survive in Antarctica due to the similar cold climate, but introducing them would have severe ecological consequences. Dog, I think we should do it. I think we should, just to fuck shit up. Just keep everybody on their toes down there. So not only would you have to worry about it being the coldest, driest, and windiest continent, but then there are fucking man-eating monsters. But if you had bear scare, no big deal. Well, that's right. Yeah, but we need like a super duty version for Antarctic polar bears. I wish there was like, I'm sure there's an island somewhere that's super ass cold, and you could put like at least like 2 polar bears there to mate and just see if they make it like a polar bear island. There's an island down there called Elephant Island. It's like the craziest fucking story. I don't want to get into it, but okay. Do you know the story of Ernest Shackleton? It is the most, probably in my opinion, of any survival story I've ever heard in my entire life. His is the best. So basically, he was born in, I think Ireland, moved to the UK, started studying under like ship's captains, did a trip to Antarctica in like the beginning of the 1900s, and but the goal was everybody wanted to make it to the pole, to South Pole, and so eventually he was able to fundraise and get a team underneath him as a captain. They get there and they're gonna go try to make it to the South Pole. They end up not being able to, and they survive for like 2 years in Antarctica with like no food, very little provisions or anything, and their ship breaks down in the ice. So imagine you're just like stuck on the ice. There's nothing to do. So they take a fucking rowboat in the Drake Passage, which is like the worst fucking weather, or like worst sea swells in the world, and they make it to an island called Elephant Island. It was like a whaling island, and they tell the people there, look, we've got a whole crew of people still on Antarctica. We need to go save them. And they did. And not a single person died on the expedition. It's like the most, like, I slaughtered the story, but basically, like, yo, now give me a quick version of the Ernest Shackleton story.
You're able to rowboat
They-
that far.
They rowboated like hundreds of miles. Yeah, Ernest Shackleton, he was an Anglo-Irish Antarctic explorer who led British expeditions to the Antarctic. By 1874, born in 1874 in Ireland, his first experience as a polar bear as the third officer of Captain Robert Falcon Scott's Discovery expedition. During the Nimrod expedition, he and three companions established a new record farthest south latitude. Shackleton's most famous expedition was the Imperial Transatlantic or Antarctic expedition of 1914, where his ship, the Endurance, became trapped in the ice and eventually sank. Despite the loss of ship, Shackleton and his crew survived after drifting on ice for months before reaching Elephant Island. Shackleton then embarked on a perilous journey to find help, ultimately rescuing all 27 men. Like, I would model my life after this guy. He just had an enduring spirit, but he cheated on his wife, and so I've never been really happy with him because of that.
Was it with like other crew members on the ship?
Does he look like a? Did you say did he look like other crew members?
No, was he cheating with the?
No. It was somebody in England, if I recall correctly. No, there were only men who were on the ship. I would understand if he cheated with somebody on the island. I get that. I would, or on Antarctica. I would get that. Like, you were on an expedition, whatever. But no, dude, this was like down the street from your wife. Like, and then like they were still married when they returned. What the fuck happened to you? There he is. And it happened in England. Like, it wasn't like on the trip or whatever. And then if I recall, they weren't very rich from this, and they just did like speeches around different universities after it was all said and done. But dude, this fucking rowboat story is the most fucking fascinating story. And that's not even the worst of it. Or, well, I guess it's really bad. But they get to Elephant Island, and the way Elephant Island is shaped, you couldn't just go around. Like, it didn't have like a smooth beach. It was very rocky. So they had to climb over a mountain and then slide down the hill. And they got to be like going like 40 miles an hour on like a fucking slide. And they basically like slid into the city. And the people who welcomed them, they were like, these motherfuckers look like they were dead, like they were zombies, because they had just been in Antarctica for 2 fucking years. Then they got on a rowboat, got to an island, but they didn't even get to the right side of the island. They had to then climb a mountain and then fucking slide down a mountain to get here. Exactly. Yo, what about the rowboat? How big was the rowboat, and like how many miles did it have to go from Antarctica? And then talk to me about them having to get to Elephant Island and then climb a mountain and then slide down the other side. I've listened to this story on a podcast. It's called the Explorers Podcast. I've listened to it a dozen times, and every time I listen to it, it's just like, how did they do this? Shackleton's endurance expedition involved extraordinary feats of navigation and survival. October 1915, Shackleton and his crew drifted on ice floes until April 1916, when they reached Elephant Island in the ship's boats, including the James Caird, which was a really small boat, like a rowboat. Elephant Island was approximately 800 miles from South Georgia, the destination Shackleton chose to seek rescue. That was another thing, too. It's like, how do you find an island? It's like, you know how easy it is to just miss? Like, your destination. You could, if they had missed it a little to the left or a little to the right or a little east or a little west, they would have never found it. Realizing the need for an, they had what?
At least a sketchy, just hoping that you hit an island that's supposedly one direction.
Exactly. And on top, you're exactly right. And on top of that, it's not like the ocean there is still. It's like swirling really quickly. It's actually a different ocean that hasn't been talked about a lot. Normally, people think of the four oceans: the Indian, the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Arctic. But there's a fifth one that was introduced at the beginning of the 21st century called the Southern Ocean. That's basically the area south of like South America and Australia, and it just basically swirls in a circle around Antarctica, and it's just like it's the most dangerous sea in the world because there isn't any land to stop it, and so the speed of the water is really incredible. The swells are really big. Um, so
Yeah, no, the really dope documentary that I watched a while back with this guy who built his own like yacht to like race around the world, starting in South Africa. Like the Drake Passage is like the hardest part of the race. Some people die along it.
okay, so the lifeboat they took, it wasn't a rowboat. It was 6.9 meters long, so it was like 22 feet long. But that's not big. I mean, that's still very small. It's a lifeboat. Modifications made. Oh yeah, and they had this carpenter, Harry McNish, and like I would read or I'd hear about these stories, and they didn't get along. Like this carpenter didn't get along with some of the other people there, and like it was just absolutely madness. Um, a model of the James
How
Caird.
do other people survive if they're trapped?
Yeah, so they killed seals and they just like lived in tents.
They had a fire.
Yeah, but it was really hard to get. They had like a whale blubber they used as and they had this um this like it was really hard to keep matches dry. They had like it
Where
was
do you get the wood though for the fire?
you wouldn't you would
Burn the ship.
you'd know you'd
Burn
use
the ship.
you use the whale or the
Oh, so
seal.
you're cooking a seal on a whale.
No, I misspoke. Though if you use like um the blubber,
That's part of the whale.
yeah, I mean I guess, but they wouldn't catch whales. They'd catch seals. But let me find out specifically. How did they keep a fire going? I remember hearing they had these like cans of things that would like light. There's no direct mention how they kept a fire going on Elephant Island. Not on Elephant Island. They used whatever materials they could. No, on Antarctica. On Antarctica, how did they keep a fire? Oh, I remember. They had a stove. They had these stoves that they made. There was like an invention at the early 19th, end of the 19th century, early 20th century, to have these special stoves. Yeah, that blubber stove. The crew of the Shackleton expedition managed to keep the fires in Antarctica primarily by using a blubber stove, which burned seal or whale blubber as fuel. Okay, well, you're right. This type of stove was essential for both cooking and providing warmth in extreme cold. In the extreme cold, for instance, during their time cramped on the ice floe after the Endurance was lost, the men used the blubber stove inside the makeshift galley to prepare meals. Their ship like broke apart.